Oh, good morning, everyone. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, I know you guys hear me in YouTube. Good morning, everyone. Caught me by surprise. Welcome to the Pre-Market Show, the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, August the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Torty, loud and clear. And William says you guys can hear me in our main room and see my screen. So, first of all, let's take a look at the SPY. So, a whole bunch of economic numbers came out at 8:30. Obviously, none of them made the market go down. The market's going up. Look at this. What a move. Almost like last week didn't even happen. 554 was kind of where it all started last week. And we're almost back up there. So that is the market. Tons of stuff on the economic calendar today. I just want to check what is the next. 9:10, we have one of the Fed presidents talking. At 9:15, we have industrial production. At 10 o'clock, we have business inventories, housing market at 10 o'clock. We have Harker talking at 1:10. So we have a lot on the economic calendar today, but most of the action was at 8:30. We had initial jobless claims, retail sales, the Philly Fed, and the Empire State Manufacturing, and also import-export prices. So a lot of economic data came out at 8:30 today, and wow, look at this SPY. So what is happening other than that? I sort of labeled this a tale of two monkeypoxes, guys. So here's GovX. Nice call by FinFan Trader or FinFan Forever yesterday in terms of GOVX. So monkeypox, definitely a nice move. However, through the 200-day moving average also. But however, look at SIGA, the other one, which was basically moving in tandem. But what happened here? SIGA shares are trading lower after the National Institutes of Health, National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases announced that their top line results from the preliminary analysis. Anyway, bad news, did not meet its primary endpoint. And so SIGA. So, if you guessed right and you took the GovX instead of the SIGA yesterday, held it, you were rewarded. I never forget FinFan Forever. So there is that one. So let me just give me one moment here as I get, there we go. So those are those two. So SIGA, that's pretty bad news for it, considering the only reason it went up was because of monkeypox. So, okay. Now there's no point taking a look at, there's so many stocks that are going to look like this, okay? Hood, just because, there was a huge bounce at 8:30 for a lot of stocks, along with the SPY. So there's no point in looking at all of them. Sing, CING, this was already up before the SPY pop. Issued an European patent for the lead asset treatment of ADHD. Okay, so that is some news for CING. Low float, 10 million in the float. Cisco, actually, let's get to Walmart first. Walmart all-time high. Walmart all-time high. We have a few of Walmarts in our country, but not as many as you guys. But man, look at Walmart, WMT all-time high. And this is on earnings. Cisco, old. Don't hear too much about Cisco these days, but still is a company. Through the 200-day moving average now, big pop on earnings, big float, 4 billion. That's a big move, 7.6%. That is a big move. HPE, now I don't know if that was because of the market. No, HPE was actually moving ahead of that 8:30. So HPE, interesting. Somebody asked me about this one yesterday. HPE is interesting. It's through all this now, through the 200-day moving average. And the next high looking left is 1869. So there is room for HPE. I don't see any specific, I guess there is news to acquire Morpheus data. And of course, it's all to do with AI. So on the flip side, some of the ones that are down, TSBX, this is an earnings play after the company reported worse than expected Q2 EPS results. So that is an earnings play. Cheap one. SPIR. Why this one is down? SPIR is down. That's right. The company announced it filed a form for late filing of its Q. Nobody likes to see that if you're an investor. A late filing of their Q2 2024 report. Now, I guess I should speak about. I have no idea what this one is going to do today. The GNLN. It wasn't an easy one, but certainly for me this week, it was definitely two great trades on 2 days. This day and yesterday. And remember what I was talking about yesterday? If it could take out the high, I had already left the room by that time. We were talking about that high right about here. No, actually, there was the high right there around 16 or so. And look what it did. It took out that high of the day and it got all the way up to 2185, which actually was a little bit above that high of 2 days ago. Well, now 3 days ago. But anyway, I have no idea what it's going to do today. And I'm not saying it was easy, but certainly, I mentioned that if it took out that high, 1680 or so, later on in the day, it could explode, and that's what it did. I wish it all worked out like that. Let's see. AISP is an earnings play. AISP is an earnings play. Where are you? There you are. 28%. AISP is an earnings play. Now, this is not an earnings play, but I did see that it was moving, and this has been certainly an active one, and that's the Lumen, LUMN. So I did see that it popped up. I don't think it had anything really. No, this popped up afterwards. I don't think it had anything to do with the economic numbers, but LUMN, and it's at the high of yesterday and sort of at the high of 4 days ago. Takes that out, and the next highs are 670. So would have about $1. And this was all to do with the New Mexico statewide education network picks Lumen to connect K-12 public schools. So that was the news for LUMN. And just as I was opening the room, I saw a little move in BROS. And this is not an earnings play. Okay, so I guess they're getting a pump from UBS, $39 price target by UBS. I guess that's the only news I can see, if you want to call that news. They upgraded it to a buy and a target of 39. So a lot of action this morning, guys. A lot of economic action. Most of it's done at 8:30, but we do have some other 9:15. Didn't I say somebody, one of the Fed presidents, was talking? I think at 9:15. This is an earnings play, also, guys. It's pretty cheap right now. Cheap. I'm sorry. I meant low volume right now. GAMB, gambling.com. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday. I'm not seeing anything really happening. The float for Lumen is, I mean, we've seen other sites. It is big. It is big. We know that. Anywhere from, say, 700 million to that 993 million. Okay. It is a big float. That has been verified. Different sites have different, but I mean, it's big, which is always surprising based on how it can move. TITN, I wonder if this is an earnings play. Not an earnings play. TITN down after the company reported. Okay, so again, another pet peeve of mine. Happening too much though, or a lot. I mean, they don't release until the 29th, but they feel obligated somehow to sort of precondition that it's not going to be good. So it may as well be an earnings play. Okay. They may as well release right now instead of the 29th. It's a pet peeve because what if you're holding this one, but you wouldn't hold through earnings? So anyway, or not just this one, but any company that does that. All right, just checking. Saito, let's see, take a look at CYTL. Is this under a dollar? Maybe that's why I didn't. Okay, just over a dollar now, CYTL. VSME just over a dollar. Just checking some of these ones. I know there were a couple that really popped up that now are probably under 50 cents because I don't see them anymore. So far, market is holding the gains so far. There's an earnings play also, guys. CLBT is an earnings play. Israeli company, up 11%. Not bad volume so far, 40,000 shares in the pre-market. This is an earnings play, CLBT. What's the float? Not low, not crazy high, but certainly not a low float, 73 million in the float. So that's a good reaction to its earnings release today. CLBT, sorry, CLBT. Okay, Bitdeer is moving down now, guys. This is a crypto play basically, but they just now say this is what I think companies should do. Do it in the market or do it after hours. But anyway, you just announced a financing. So that is causing this to move down so far, BTDR on a financing. All right, guys. Well, with this big market pop, the only one that could be down, maybe, is energy. But let's take a look. I'm going to take a look at the major sectors. All right. So what you're seeing, let's take a look. This is probably no volume. Yeah, no volume. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 80% in green, meaning 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. And I'm just looking to see if there's any. Look at utilities. Okay, this is sort of can be a typical reaction. Okay, now that the market appears to be moving higher and higher, people are getting out of utilities again for a bit. 80% are down. Why? Because they're boring. They're dividend bearing stocks, and so when other things are just really ripping, utilities can be kind of staid. At least that's my interpretation. Now let's take a look at some of these with the 200-day moving average. So my guess is that nothing is now below the 200-day moving average. So there's XLE, that green line. On the daily chart is the 200-day moving average. So now above it, technology, that was technology moving away again. You hear my dog in the background. Um, Discretionary, XLY, XLY. Aha. So this is the only one. That closed right at the 200-day moving average. So I really don't have to look at the rest of them. This was the only one that might have been in jeopardy below the 200-day moving average, but it is now above it too. So as we speak, all the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at SMH. Yeah. So, and again, we had a bunch of them last week, about three of them last week below, which we hadn't seen in probably a year. Okay, guys. See anything else? It's sneaking in here. Look at that Sega. I don't know what else they do, but their whole thing was monkeypox yesterday. That's why they had the big pop when the WHO announcing some stuff about monkeypox. And so both GovX, GOVX, and SIGA popped. So I guess you've got to hope that with the same thing doesn't happen to GovX, that I don't know when their vaccine is being evaluated, but all right. Now they're trying to put a bit of a spin on this, okay, Sega, which is understandable. So the CEO says missing the primary endpoint is not entirely unexpected, given that the study population was hospitalized during the duration of treatment, receiving a high level of supportive care, and since many presented for the treatment more than a week after their illness started. So I guess they're trying to say that maybe we catch it early enough. Okay, guys, I'm just looking again. Some of my thumbnail charts. I was kind of wondering if this Grail might have a day, but it may not. It is down a little bit today. Had earnings yesterday, but really sold off. Was surprised, a little bit surprised. Are these numbers right? I had a problem with my these numbers yesterday. The Dow and was the Dow really up 651 and Nas up 412 yesterday? I okay, guys, 919. So I'm not seeing anything new coming in. All right, the trade of the week is still doing not badly. Trade of the week from Steve. Steve will be in our YouTube room in taking over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And the trade of the week this week was SMR, suggested entry 950. So, I mean, it's how you, again, I say it always like this, how you trade it, if you trade it, will be up to you. These are designed for longer term holds. But so far, I mean, it's still above the trigger price at 950. Market is still holding. The Spear is still moving down on basically an earnings play. Okay, that's preliminary. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not an earnings play. It's actually kind of worse. They're going to do a late filing of its Q2 2024 report. Looks like they were supposed to file on the 28th, and they're basically saying it won't be ready. So it is crashed down through the 200-day moving average. And that is SPIR. It's almost a lifetime low also for our SPIR. You can see 2.6%, that red. So that would mean that if we had a lifetime candle for SPIR, it would be way down here. And this is a lot of, actually, not too many shares available right now. Interactive Brokers, 95,000, but still there are shares available. Morning, Jim, in our YouTube room. And Les and Torty and Mind and Retired. Those who have posted anyway. All right, guys, I'm getting set for this open. Now, if you have our AI, this is all I would do. I would just have this screen. That's all I would do. Okay. I think it uncomplicates things instead of going to the channel. And to get this screen, if you have our AI, our premium service, click on new and then pick the middle one. There are 3 that start off with premium AI. Pick that middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. You'll see a window that looks like this. You may have different column headers, but it'll look something like this. Filter, I would make sure it says none in the filter box. If it doesn't, click the down arrow and uncheck anything that you see there. Okay, that's my suggestion. And notice it's blank right now. There are no alerts for our AI until at least 10 minutes into the market, 9:40 at least. Doesn't mean there will be one at 9:40, and that is by design. Now you can if you have our AI again, our premium service, just take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to do this every day. Uh, I don't think it's like that, Harry. I think if a company says we're going to be delayed, it's usually for a bad reason. Usually for a bad reason. We don't see it that often, but when a company does say, you know what, we're going to be delaying, and I mean, there's usually a bad reason. Now, William might want to chime in. I mean, I'm not an expert in stuff like that. I haven't really seen that, Harry. That a number of these, I really haven't seen it like that. All right, you guys are talking about serve. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market is open, up and running. So give me a moment. Okay, guys, just give me a moment as I rearrange some things on my other monitor. Okay, I'm all set now for this open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And of course, I'll be staring intently at all these go no go charts all day long. And looking for these color changes, especially a color change from orange to blue or orange to deep purple, bypassing that intermediate step. I will explain that later on. This is another earnings play. Actually, this is an earnings play, guys. I didn't realize it. Array, it's up 24%. Array is up 24%. Cheap one. I think I did see it. I think the reason I didn't really pay that much attention to it is because when you look at a daily chart, to me anyway, there looks like there's quite a lot of resistance at 2 level. Thank you, William. So less than a minute, guys, for this market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And let's see if this market can hang on right now. Still hanging on. No big sell off yet. Stiga making another move down. I see Rivian. Rivian is moving down also. Yeah, Rivian moving down. All right, guys, market is now open. I've got these two races running now. Mention some of these now. Array and so the CING is trying to hold 4. I know a lot of you have been watching this one. CING. I don't know what this does. This lead. So, okay. Okay. Attention deficit disorder. Okay. So this is CING receiving European patent. The pre-market high is up here at around 558. So low float, 10 million in the float. The VWAP is 428, so it's right at the VWAP. Okay, 428 is the VWAP for CING. So matter of getting through that, or will this act as resistance? This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Give me one moment. Well, this is the one I thought might stumble around $2. Okay, I mean I may be wrong, but there's Array, ARAY. It's an earnings play. I'd be a little careful. I'm not trying to put it, for cold water on a GOVX, but what happened with SIGA, I'm sure it's probably affecting it. There's the 200-day moving average for GOVX, so it's sitting right on it now. Oh boy, did this one pop? Yeah. So CLBT, just talked about this one in the pre-market also. CLBT, Israeli company, earnings play. Nice move now, 17%. I think Light is also an earnings play. Yeah, Lumentum, LITE is also an earnings play, but is starting to give it up a little bit here. Yeah, good for you guys. I'm not in this one, CING, but it popped through the 200, excuse me, not the 200-day, but the VWAP. 428, I think, was the VWAP, 429 now. So it is popping through the VWAP. It is early though, but and this has, let's see, check the room out for it. So it looks to me anyway that 480, a couple of daily highs around 480. I mean, that could block it. Excuse me. However, all bets are off because in the pre-market it did get up to 556. So it sort of blew through all this. Market is still, wow. So that is not a downturn, not yet anyway. Market is still strong, not giving it up yet. Okay, ALB is also on the move here. ALB, it's not an earnings play. Great volume. I don't know why it's moving. Other than maybe just with the market. A lot of stocks are probably moving with the market right now. There's another earnings play, guys. Not that active in the pre-market, but certainly picking up steam now. 116 million in the float. ORGN. ORGN is an earnings play. popping through $1 now. So if you're into the real cheap ones, Wyatt, I know you love cat. Wyatt in our YouTube room. How's Walmart doing? Walmart, all-time high. Yeah, this is an all-time high for Walmart. Earnings play blew it away, I guess. The CEO says back to school spending has been strong so far, but half of the customers have not finished shopping yet. I wonder how they know that. Anyway, Walmart just massive move for Walmart. I mean, that float 4.3 billion to be up almost 7.5%. That is a big move. Tapestry. I think this is the old Coach, isn't it? TPR. I think this is the old Coach. Yeah. So TPR also an earnings play, obviously, and good reaction to its earnings. Reported better than expected Q4 financial results. Morning, Penny, in our YouTube room. Actually, Shady, I've got that one thumbnailed still, ELWS. My thumbnail charts here, ELWS, just in case. Boy, market is still strong. 550, guys. I mean, let's just take a look at a SPY chart, a weekly SPY chart, and remember how bleak it all seemed just last week. I mean, seriously, just last week when we got down to 510, sky was falling, and now we're almost back from where all that started. That started around 556, so we're at 550 right now. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I have no idea what it's going to do from here, but what a strong recovery. BABA, big China. So actually, BABA's an earnings play. Did not realize that. BABA is an earnings play, guys. So China stock, of course. Now this could be coming into a lot of resistance. Look at the daily chart. Massive float, 2 billion in the float, only up 1.6%, but it is an earnings play, but could be coming into a bunch of resistance. Yeah, GovX came right back up. So far, not being affected by the SIGA downfall. I mean, I think it probably was here at the beginning, but it's shaking it off. Shaking it off in a big way now, guys. So pre-market high was up at around 423, 424, 423. It's a low float, 5 million in the float. Didn't realize actually it was that low. I think they had done a bunch of reverse splits before, so low float. Look, what whippy, very whippy. That's a low float. That's what can happen. Okay, Penny saying Dole breaking out. If you love pineapples, let's take a look at the Pineapple Express here, guys. So Dole, yeah, not an earnings play. Actually, earnings play was yesterday in the pre-market, and a good reaction, I guess, to earnings yesterday. All right, I'm getting a couple of AI alerts now. Again, market is still holding here. Good for you guys in the Sing. I know a lot of you were in this one early in the pre-market, and if you held on, good for you. I'm not in this one. Next high, 536 or so on the weekly chart, but it did break through that in the pre-market, so there is that. There is a color change here. All right, where could this one go? GAMB, where could it go? Let's take a look at a monthly chart. It's the next high. We got a lot of room on a monthly chart. A lot of room. Not saying it's going to get up here, but that is the monthly high. Looking left is almost $14. So the stock's at 1078 right now. This is an earnings play today. So I would be really keeping an eye on this one now. What I might have to do is scroll back a little bit on the weekly just to check. You know what? That weekly high and the monthly high are the same. So boy, there's room for GAMB. I mean, there could be something on the daily, but definitely a great reaction to earnings through the 200-day moving average, GAMB, and has room looking left, both on the weekly and the monthly chart, the same price. And again, when I say it has room, I'm not saying it's getting there. All right, I guess we have to watch GNLN again. It's doing kind of trying to doing its thing, but I'm certainly going to wait a long time to see if it sets up. It's down 10% right now, but you know how active this can be. Because there was the close yesterday at 1674. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick an alert up here, see if it takes out that high again later on sometime. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, GAMB looks very interesting to me. I've already explained why. Let's see if it can hold in this level here. Relative volume is, of course, big. Only 330,000 shares. It's low float though. 16.9 million in the float. Excuse me. So 16.9 million in the float. It's an earnings play out of the UK. Definitely interested in this one if it, especially if it can break through 11. So I'm just going to stick an alert up here at around 11. Just watching the GAMB, guys. I'm watching to see how well it holds this level here. I want to see if it can take out 11. Okay, guys. Again, just watching this GAMB to see if it holds this 1082 level and maybe gets back up to 11, and then maybe from there moves. Look that promising right now, but all I can do is just put a price alert up here and see if it happens. So later on, so that's my that's what I'm looking at. TPST. Let's take a look at TPST. Another cheap one here, on the move. Another earnings play, guys. Sigma Lithium. So CSGMLL. Sorry, excuse me. SGMLL. This is another earnings play. 975 is the next high looking left. If I can get through that, 1016 or so, it's got some little bit of room, but so far the market is just hanging tough. Not really, no big drop, no big pop. Well, had a big pop, of course, but just kind of hanging tough in this 550 level. Yep, Shady's ELWS working well. And we're getting a bit of a color transition right here also. Well, this TPST, guys, TPST is definitely on a roll here. TPST coming into potential resistance around $1.60 or so on the daily chart. TPST. Um, then they had some news, announced a successful end of phase 2 meeting with the FDA. Okay, so they did have some news, positive news for them, causing the stock to pop. TPST, 19 million in the floats, 20 million in the float, so a low float. Yeah, GNLN is picking up steam, is right. I'm not in it. Not yet, anyway. I'm gonna have to wait and too bad. I'm looking for, love to see an orange to blue transition. Probably not gonna get it. And I'll explain what I'm talking about in about 20 to 25 minutes from now. Wow, look at this thing go. This is at the close. It's almost at the close of yesterday now. You can see that it's only 47 cents below. Again, the big news was here on the 14th. I'm sorry, on the 12th. And they did a financing. They raised some money, and the market slapped them for that. But now it has come right back. Market is still holding tough. Oh man, yeah, this GNLN is definitely picking up steam now. Oh, tempting, tempting, tempting. The high yesterday is almost at the high of yesterday, or not the high, but the close of yesterday, just 32 cents below. All right, Walmart's starting to drift down just a little bit here, guys. WMT starting to drift down just a little bit here. It is underneath the whole number, 73. Let me just see here. Obviously, tons of shorts available. 70 mil. Yeah, well, it's not short. Having shorts are not an issue. Let's see if it holds underneath 73 and continues. It's a little bit of a drift down, okay? So, Alex, on a stock like GNLN, I have to rely on the midpoint. Usually it's the midpoint that I pick in Interactive Brokers, okay? They have a selection where you can try to get in the midpoint. But I mean, if the spread is too crazy, I just back off completely. Yeah, but it's a selection in Interactive Brokers. I don't know who your broker is, but you can select mid. It doesn't necessarily mean it just means it's not necessarily the absolute middle, but somewhere in between. Okay, so I just usually when it's something that has a spread like that, I usually try to get a mid. But I mean, I'm backing off JNLN right now because a couple of things. I mean, it didn't take out the close of yesterday, so that's number one. And it's still, to me, it is still too. It's just too volatile still. Yesterday, it set up really nicely, and for this one for about 15 or 30 minutes, which is a lifetime for that one setting up nicely. And look at it now. So yeah, I'm just backing off. My guide would have been if it had taken out yesterday's close, which it did not. Okay, guys, Walmart's starting to drift down a little bit here, just a little bit. WMT, just a little bit. We've got the red, we've got that deep purple, the transition. Just talking about GNLN, so it actually got halted on the way down. Okay, a little bit of a drift now for Walmart, guys. WMT, a little bit of a drift down. I'm just following these the deep purple here. Now, it'd be great if that turned purple also on this 5-minute chart. It's purple on the 3-minute, which is indicating a potential short. All right, so Gamble is still interesting to me. GAMB, it's still interesting. I still have a price alert around 11. It is an earnings play. It hasn't really. Well, so Walmart looks like it's reversing again. So well, most of the ones, David. Okay, if you look, Holly Neo, which I really don't like the way it's so segmented. I wish it was just never mind. But they're usually looking for gaps. Okay, so you don't usually get big gaps in the large cappers. Okay, they're usually looking for big percentage gaps. So that's why you won't see typically Apple and Tesla and stocks like that. They just don't move enough percentage wise. All right, guys. So I mean, again, the market is still strong. I mean, it has not given it up. Still strong. 550. All right. Let me take a look at some of these ones in the race now. Sing has Sing is still hanging above the V. Actually, the VWAP is now increasing 443. So now it is below the VWAP. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, INSM is on the way down here, guys. And when you look left, it's got some room, 68.22. So it has got some room. Now, Walmart now is giving up 73 again. I'm trying not to get too fixated on it, but it is now giving up 73 again. But it's a strong earnings play. Of course, it's very strong. So, we wouldn't expect it to drift down that much unless the market starts to, move down. 550. Wow. Now, I mentioned BABA earlier, just out of curiosity. What is the overall China market doing? KWEB, I'm sure it must be. Actually, it's not really doing that much. It's only up 2%. Okay, here's another one. Just got halted. We saw this one yesterday. Also, BSLK halted on the way up. This was I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into BSLK yesterday. I don't recall it being an IPO. Really, at 10 o'clock? Okay, I didn't think there's much happening at 10 o'clock. No, you're right. You're entirely right. Yeah, business inventories at 10 o'clock, housing market index at 10 o'clock. You're absolutely right. So there is some, well, and obviously that didn't hurt the market. My opinion of Powell, Powl, not Jerome. So, okay, first of all, what I see right now, no, I know, Cass, I just forgot. I forgot. For some reason, I thought we were all done. Well, there's no volume right now for Powell, so I really don't know what to. I mean, there's only 32,000 shares have traded, $163 stock. So I have really no sense of what it could do. I mean, the next high is 189, but I mean, there's no volume. Low. That's a crazy, crazy low float. 9 million in the float for a $163 stock. So I don't, I really have no opinion of it other than the fact that volume's got to really pick up. Another one that has room looking left, DLTR, is not an earnings play, but it's starting to drift down. So this is running counter to the market. Counter to the market. I mean, market's doing this, DLTR is doing this. So running counter to the market, not an earnings play. All right, I know Shady's in this one. Our array, this is an earnings play, so I kind of thought it might get stalled right around this level. Let's see if it can break through. If it does break through, this is also an AI play. If it does break through, let's take a look on the monthly chart. And on the monthly chart, the next high is 221. So, it's got a little bit of room still to 221, I guess, if it wants to get there. I'm still kind of holding out on the GAM, guys, the GAMB. Maybe later on, if it can break through 11, because it definitely has some room. And the volume's just got to really start to pick up, though. Okay, BSLK just opened up, guys. BSLK just opened up. And the high yesterday looks like around 720, so it's got room. It hasn't really popped. It got halted at 615, and it really hasn't moved from there. It's a bad spread right now, 599, 625. And this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. So the spread is really trying to keep people out of this. The volume is not great either, 42,000. So I thought maybe it really would pick up, but not yet. Okay, guys, there's GA. Come on. There it is at 11. Okay, I'm getting really, really interested in this one. It's 1096, $11 on the bid ask right now. I can see that bid get over 11. I'm just pointing out what I'm very interested in. You don't have to be, but okay, guys, 1099.11, 1099.11 on the bid ask for GAMB. Wait, it's just stuck here. It looks like it's almost halted. It's not halted, but it's I'm just staring at this right now, guys. The GAMB, I'm watching that bid ask, 1099.11. I'm wanting to see this bid get over 11. So the float is 17 million. So that's why I have to kind of stare at this. It's not just good enough to put a price alert because it could pop through because of that float. So I just have to kind of stare at it for a bit, make sure I don't miss it. Having said that, I will put a little price alert around 1106 to see if it gets there. There's no big color transition here. I mean, it's been blue, steady blue the whole time on the GAMB. So it's been steady blue, which of course is bullish. Okay, guys. Well, I can't spend all my time just staring at this bid ask, I suppose, for the GAMB. But so, Peter Smith in our YouTube room, we look at an ASTS chart. Yeah, it's a lifetime high. So I have no idea where you're going to set a sell price. There's no chart resistance. So yeah, there's no chart resistance. And, I look left, and if there's no chart resistance, I mean, it could go anywhere. The only other thing to do really is maybe if you have fib levels or extended fib levels, things like that. But I have no, when it's a lifetime high, it can just keep moving higher and higher. Going to, eventually, some selling will come in just because of profit taking. But where that happens, I don't know, Peter. And if you're looking at a go no go chart right now, there is no selling pressure at all. There's no color transition. So I mean, if you have go no go, Peter, I don't know if you have it or not, but as that stays blue, this is basically on both time frames, the 3 and the 5. Then it's basically telling you to stay in the trade. And unless you get a color transition to the say to the aqua, That's when I would start to maybe lighten the load a bit. I know people think I'm crazy sometimes when I get fixated on a whole number, but look at GAMB. I mean, it just doesn't want to break through 11. It's just a number, but 1096.11. So if you have a go no go, Peter, then you can just follow along. Yeah, put on. I don't know what time frame you're using, but a 3 or a 5 minute chart, and until you get a color transition, I would be in the trade. Now, if you get a giant green, even if you get a big blue candle moving down, I would still be looking at maybe taking some off. But right now, this is telling you to just kind of keep in the trade. It's kind of the beauty of the go no go, unless you get a color transition, it has definitely helped me keep in trades a lot longer. Well, maybe I'm looking at this wrong because we have it as a lifetime high for ASTS. So unless this is wrong, you're saying February of 2021? Okay, now so this started trading as ASTS. So it's possible that I don't know if this was an IPO back here or what the situation was. But it started trading for us anyway as ASTS back here in April of 2021. At any rate, it doesn't appear there's no real chart resistance. Man, there seems to be potential energy building up with the GAMB, 1099.11. Just got to pop through 11, hit that bid, maybe 1105. And Riley, yeah, Riley, I guess got halted on the way down. Yes. Whew, what a week this one has had, or starting last week. I think this was an earnings play last week. Or there's something else. August 20th. No, this was not an earnings play. This is earnings coming up, such as they're going to be. Okay, guys. So Riley just got halted again. Man, this is just like or got halted on the way up, I guess. Maybe got halted on the way up. Okay, CING is making a little bit of a move here. CING making a little bit of a move. little base here at 426, trying to make a move here. If we get a color transition to blue, this might get it running again. And Walmart, let me take a look at the large cap gainers. See if Walmart is anywhere to be seen here. WMT, I think I have a price. Yeah, I think it's outside the price range. Maybe not. Let me take a look here on my top list. I think it's outside the price range. Yeah, 10 and 50. Should probably up that for the large cappers, but that's what I have right now. This is too funny, guys. Well, it's too funny to me. 1097.11 GAMB. This does not want to get that bid over 11 yet. I do not want to lose sight of it and look back later on in the day and see it's up at 12, 13 or something. All right, guys, 1017. Let me, as I'm waiting to see if this thing can pop through 11 in a big way, let's take a look at Victoria's Secret, VSCO. So this has been very active. A new CEO, I think, was yesterday, something like that. So this is still very active, VSCO. All right, let's take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on it, including the scans that I am currently sharing. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. At the very top, there'll be a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Here's a code you can use to get 15% off. The first month only or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. Whatever code is on my homepage, this will change from time to time. This will really help to keep the rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription. And that'll help to keep the rooms free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. The first one, the download and install, first startup and login. Second, scroll down a little bit, important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. These are the two, main aspects of trade ideas, okay? You must do that first. And if you're new to trading, we have a series of videos that you might want to take a look at. This is Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. And it's all free. Stock of the Day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It is free, of course. Trade of the Week is also free. Trade of the Week, and you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Let's take a look at how it's doing. The trigger was 950. Let's see what it's doing. It's a little bit above. So our education section is here. We have a great user guide, all segmented, of course. Right at the very beginning is the getting started. This is a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock races. So I'm running 2 races here. I toggle back and forth between them. I will explain what the races are all about and how this shows you how you can create your own stock race. I put price alerts on charts all the time. And also, if you want to create your own symbol list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. A watch list. And again, it's a lot of information is in the user guide, but of course, you do not have to learn everything. Here's the Getting Started series, Getting Started series again. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One or the other trader takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that before I do take my break. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week that you get every week. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So the ones that you can actually see on the monitor that I'm sharing, these two races right here, the top, I am sharing 3 races, but you can see these two, just toggle back and forth, okay? The momentum scan is here. Pulse resumes over here. And the upside movers versus downside movers is here. But I am sharing other scans. Okay, I have a couple of other ones on my other monitors, but I do not have them all up and running, and neither should you. There will be way too much information coming at you. Okay? But you can take a look at some of them. Hopefully, I've named them that so they make sense. So you might want to take a look at some of them if they meet your trading style. And welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Approximately, well, for me, approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. I usually knock off between 2:30 and quarter to 3. William has been keeping the room open till 4 most of the time, okay, in the main room. All right, let me keep going, guys. So again, if you're new to the room, welcome. And I get on the mic at about 8 a.m. Eastern time. I'm sorry, 9 a.m. Eastern time, but the main room is usually open, and I'm going to say sometime between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. And so you can always head over into the main room. I don't get on the mic until 9, though. So what is Trade Ideas? Guys, I'm just checking a couple things here. The GAMB is still, it's hanging around the 11 mark, just does not want to break out yet. So what is Trade Ideas? To demonstrate what Trade Ideas is, I'm going to take this momentum scan, and I just created a free floating version of it, a little easier to demonstrate. So we are fabulous at real-time alerting. Okay, a lot of screening programs out there. Nothing wrong with a screening program, but what we take it a step further, in my opinion. We have screening, of course, but we're great at real-time alerting. So if I take a look, this is an alert window. So if I take a look at it, if I right-click, configure, and click on the summary, this is going to tell me exactly what the scan is looking for. And again, the scan is available from me. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So it's approximately 10:30 Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's at least 400% of normal. So the bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was CSAN at 10:24 plus 22 seconds. So about a minute ago. That's the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how it works. So if you like the scan, you can have it. It's on my homepage. But of course, if you want to make any changes, you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's a filter that you would like to add. If you want to take one of these out, that is completely up to you. But this is basically what I like to see. Now, if you want to create your own scan from scratch, of course you can. You'll see right at the very top, new high and new low. These are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But as I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are all of the other real-time alerts that we have. And if I keep scrolling till I get to these icons, here are the filters, screeners that we have. So again, if you look at this for the first time and think, man, this is way too complicated, I can't possibly learn all these. Well, the good news is you don't have to, okay? The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, then they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean that what I don't use is bad. It just means that for my trading style, I don't need them. Your trading style may be very different, and maybe we scroll down, and if you have any trading experience at all, you might go, wow, great, they've got that one, I love that, as a real-time alert, or they've got that filter, great. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. Now this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer it, but I'll certainly direct you to the people who can. Okay. If it's a scan that maybe you're looking for and you're on my homepage and you don't see something that maybe you'd like, maybe I can help building it. If not, I can always direct you to one of the other traders. And this is why I say when I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern, one of the other Trader Ideas traders takes over from me, and we all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea to head over there. Maybe they've got a scan you like. It works out perfectly. 5 traders, 5 days of the week. Market, market, market. Look at this market. 550. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about the races. And I'm running two races here. I just basically toggle back and forth. Here's the BVS now, guys. Let's take a look at BVS. This is another, not an earnings play, but I just made a new high. Wow. I have that one. I did not take that trade at the beginning. I think you did probably okay in it, Shady, but obviously, excuse me, obviously you're out of it now. That was a big drop. All of a sudden, you just tanked ELWS. So I'm going to take a, before I talk about the races, I want to take a look at SIGA, CIGA, a little bit more closely. So it did hold the 200-day. So again, this is a monkeypox play at the big pop yesterday with along with GovX, but then got hammered down because basically, I don't know what government, I don't know, not the FDA, but it's the National Institute of Science or whatever. Who the heck was it? Well, the mpox drug fails to meet main goal in study. Okay, so but it is trying to rebound a bit here. Hmm. Well, you're confusing me, Shady. I thought you were short, but I guess I'm wrong because I see 6708 and then 6742. So I assumed you were short TQs. Well, I'm just looking here where it said, oh, now you've gone long. Okay. Okay. Oh, I thought, okay, I'm confused. I'm looking at TQQ here. I'm confused then. I guess that was at 10:03 you posted. I just assumed you were short. Maybe you're not short anymore. Sorry. Okay, guys, the races. So, what are these races all about? So, let me go to the biggest. It's two races here. I'll explain the difference between the two of them. So, I'm 2 minutes and 30 seconds into this race, approximately. Okay, I'm running 4 minute races now. Again, if you go to my homepage, click on the education section, and you click on the guide, and then in the guide you will see there's a whole section on stock racing, how you can create your own race. Okay, I'm running 4 minute races. People ask why. I don't know. I picked 4 minutes a long time ago. You can create whatever race or time period you want. What happens is when the race is over, another one will start. Okay. Now, so I'm 3 minutes into this race, and so VSME. Now it hasn't moved very much. It's only 3 cents. It is, but it is leading the race. What does leading the race means? At the beginning of the race, this is the stock. Now OPTX. This stock has moved the most since the beginning of the race. It has moved 5.29%. Okay, that's what this means. And let's see if this holds. Still at 45 seconds. But what happens is a top 10 list is automatically created for you. Okay. You'll notice that TPST is won 6 races, VSME 4 races. An automatic top 10 list is created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. This gives you a great bunch of stocks to focus on. I'm just waiting for this race to get over. See if this one ends up winning. It's a real race here between RMTI and VSME. Only 0.02% is separating them, and even the OPTX. And the winner was RMTI. Okay, not a big move. Okay, but in this particular race, you can see some big moves: 10, 20, 30% sometimes. Okay. So you can see right there, though, a top 10 list is automatically created for you. So if you're watching this, you might be wondering, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes these ones special? So let me explain that. So all races start off from a top list window. So if I right click on this race, one of the options is open top list. Excuse me. So here is a top list window that this race is based on. Notice if I right click on this top list, it says one of the options is launch real time stock race. So you can create your own top list with what you want to see. This is what I want to see. I right click, configure, click on this summary. And so if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be a stock on this list. It's that simple. Okay. Now you may have a completely different idea about what you want to see, but this is just what I want to see. So before we had races, how a person would use a top list. Typical question might have been, well, wow, look at the Grail now, guys. I know I'm hopping around here. GRAL. I have to keep an eye on this one. The typical use of a top list window was this. Somebody might say, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today based on my filter requirements, the price range I like, minimum volume, etc. So as long as you had it as a column header, which I do, to change from the close percent, if I double left click, it's going to tell me that TPST, based on my parameters, is up the most from yesterday's close, 72%, VSME, 56%, etc., all the way down. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day, as long as I have a column header, which I do, change from the open, I double left click. TPST is also up the most, so 67%. Now there's the ASTS, 20%. So I mean, that's a way in which people can and you can still do this, but what the race does, it treats these a little bit differently, because what if in this list of stocks, right way down, well, here's the GAMB that I keep waiting on. What if GAMB all of a sudden does start to move? It's up 23% from yesterday's close, but what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it starts to move? It's up 25%, it's up 30%, it's up 35% from yesterday's close. You will see that on the list, because it doesn't care if it's near the top right up here. All it cares about is, okay, since the race started, what stock has moved the most since the race started? And I'm not saying GAMB is going to make it up here, but that is the beauty of it, because it can, because there's no way in the world you're going to stare at a list of stocks and see what one is moving. But the race takes care of that. It'll show you a stock that is starting to move based on your parameters and since the start of the race. Again, Cyto has moved the most, 5.9%. It's only up 7 cents, but who knows? Maybe it's getting going now. Now, you can also use this list of stocks. And by the way, you don't have to wait for a race to be over before clicking on a stock, okay? You can click. In fact, if you see any stock on the list at all, just click on it, see what's happening. I know the WINA, people have been looking at the WINA. So, you can see right now it's taking a little bit of a pop. If it meets your trading style or plan, you might want to take a look at trading this. The other way to use this, though, is if you're more of a pullback player, maybe a pullback to a certain, maybe the VWAP, or maybe a moving average that you have on our charts, because you can take a look at Sing, CING. It's not near the highs anymore. It has been pulling back. What is it pulling back to? Well, you can see right now, 440 is the VWAP. It is way below that now. This may mean that this stock right now is kind of over for a while. Okay. Now, the difference between this race here and this one, the large cap gainers, what I did was I added a couple of filters to the top list. And the two filters that I added were a minimum market cap now of $500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. That is going to usually prevent any huge percentage moves in here. However, doesn't mean these are bad to trade. Look at the ASTS. I mean, that probably, I know some of you, I think, Peter, I don't know if you took it or not, but the ASTS, awesome. So all this means is that typically they're just not going to be as volatile. So if I were starting out trading, I may want to concentrate on a list like that, even though this is a type of list that can really, show you some ones that are moving, but as fast as they move up, they can equally, if not more, move down as fast. So this might be I don't want to say anything is easy, but less strenuous, because you're just not going to get usually the dramatic moves. But doesn't mean they're bad to trade at all. And again, if you want to create your own race, you just have to go to my homepage, go to my guide. Sorry, go to the education section, one of the sections. Only have 3 sections. One of them is education. Click on it and then go to the guide. And then there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay. Now, let's talk about the go, no go charts. Take a look at dip buy, talking about Nova. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just checking our Slack to see if anything. Okay, so let me explain what the go no go charts are all about. Okay, now first of all, if you have our service at all, either standard or premium, then you can click on New, okay, and click on Dock Channel Bar. And you'll see that one of the channels is called Go No Go Chart. So click on that. And then you should get a pop-up somewhere. This popped up on my other monitor. And right here, there are a couple of explanation videos, okay, about the Go No Go charts. So you first look at that. And here's some text that explains what the Go No charts are all about, okay? Now, it's a trend indicator. Nothing is 100%, okay? But I'm finding I'm really, really liking what's happening on them. But it is not, it's a trend indicator. Nothing is 100%. And I'll explain what I mean in a couple of minutes. Now, one of the common questions, though, okay, yeah. Now, first of all, this is an add-on. It is a $50 a month add-on. And before I would take a look at it, though, make sure you take a look at these videos, take a look at this to see if it's anything that you might want to try. You know, before you do anything, don't take out a subscription without knowing the first thing about it. Now, you can apply the 15% discount to the first month only if you want to try it out. And that's the Barry 15, okay? Now, if you do take out a subscription and you click on the chart on the channel, first thing you're going to see, it doesn't look like a go no go chart. So all you have to do is click on any one of these alerts that you see here. Doesn't matter to pick anything, and then it'll turn into the go no go charts. Okay. And of course, what you can do, you don't have to stay in the channel if you want to take the chart out. You just have to duplicate it into a free floating window. So if you want to have the go no go charts, all you have to do is just click on it, and interesting. It's interesting. Just give me a moment here. Oh, okay. Yeah. So if you click on, like I just clicked on an alert outside of Go No Go, and it turned it in. This is the free floating chart. Turned it into the Go No Go chart. Okay. Ooh, this GAM is just JAMB, guys. I mean, it's just again teasing me. 1096, 1103. I refuse to take it unless the bid gets over 11. So what we're doing is we're looking for color transitions. Okay. Now what we have been finding is that an awesome one, and we don't get too many, and I'm waiting to see if we get a scan for it, is if I'll take a look at SIGA as an example. Okay. See, it says it's orange right there. What orange is telling you is don't take the trade at all. They don't. Doesn't appear to be any value in either going long or short. So basically, orange is telling you just keep out of this. If that orange though turns immediately, well, I guess even one way or the other, if it turned deep purple or if it went blue, that would be to me a very bullish signal. Again, if it turned blue to go long, if it turned deep purple to go short again. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. All right, I was able to get some of this. Okay, again, let's see if it works. Let's see if it holds 11. And that's a GAMB. Okay, first trade of the day. And I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing, okay? So what we were finding though, now, the traditional way to use this is just on a color transition, but I'm using this in a little non-traditional way, not really using go no go charts to tell me to get into it or not. This is just more, I'm looking at support and resistance, looking left and all of that. Anyway, what we were finding though, I wish I could find one. Dip buyer, did you find any today that had that, or yeah, dip buyer, did you find any today that went from orange to either blue or deep purple, bypassing that intermediate step? Okay. I don't have a short-term target for GAM. All I'm looking at is a question in our YouTube room. It just has room to go. Okay. I don't have a short-term target for it. I just want it to hold 11. It may not. If it doesn't, I'm out. So wow, this spy. What a move today, guys. I mean, the move is, to me, it's awesome because it had the big gap in the pre-market and it hasn't given it all back, or any of it back. You would expect maybe a bit of a sell-off, but so far, I mean, a mini one right there, but so far nothing. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just watching the couple of things on my thumbnail charts. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I know what you guys are trying to do. At some point, you would think this is not going to continue and there'd be a short opportunity. Now, here is a transition right there. Okay. Where so if you want to play the spy, and now I want to see what it looks like on a 3-minute chart. So the idea is that when it transitions from the aqua to blue, that's a signal to go long. Nothing is 100%. Okay. Now that knocked me out of the game. No, did it? Not quite. This is still pretty choppy, GMB. Didn't quite knock me out. Guy, I just have to pay attention to the GAMB. Okay, so that almost got me out, but so basically it's right where I bought it. So Okay, so anyway, it's all about transitioning, the color transitions, and works on the upside and the well. When I say works, it gives you indications on the upside or the downside. Okay, I got to find one that's moving down. Yeah. So this, when you see this pink and then it turns to deep purple, that is a sign, a signal that you might want to take a look at a short. So if you'd done that right here and got in at 675, it got down to 642. Okay, not a well, that would not have been a bad one. Are they all going to work like this? Of course not. I think some are very confused that this is just a 100% foolproof way of trading. That you get the transition and just hop into the trade. Well, they're not all going to work. But I'm finding enough instances that they are working that I'm very comfortable taking a look at and trying to play these transitions. All right, guys, give me one moment. Just checking something else. Some internal discussions going on. Now you'll notice that I'm using a 3 minute chart and a 5 minute chart to kind of track the go no go colors. There's no, I don't know if this is optimum or not. I mean, suppose I'm in still test phase. I think this is 2.5 weeks into using this. Okay, I kind of like having them both though. If I get a confirmation on both, that's probably a decent way to use it, but there's no 100% optimum time frame. I would say I probably wouldn't use like a 15 minute, because this is a trend indicator. Using a 15 minute chart might be a little too late, but that's up to you. You can just practice with it, and you may say no, 15 minutes for me is perfect. So there's no right or wrong. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Where was I? I was talking about. Sorry, guys, I've lost my train of thought. I'm not sure what I was talking about before. I know I was talking about the go no go charts. All right, I'm getting a little glimpse of hope still with the GAMB. Basically, right where I bought it, 1108, 1113 on the bid ask. Yeah, sorry, Troy. Yeah, I was actually tied up in our Slack. Okay, Verona. Boy, I think this is another all-time high, isn't it? Verona, another all-time high. Yeah, this has been on a run, guys. Look at this run, $19.28 over the last 6 days or so. This has been on a run. VRNA. So this is what I'd be looking at for the SIGA, SIGA. This would really get me into the SIGA if all of a sudden that turned purple. In other words, bypassing. See, we get this on the 5-minute chart. Come on, move. So if we get a, let me back to the SIGA again. So what I've been finding, and it doesn't happen that often. I'm still waiting to see if we can get a scan for it today. Is that the typical transition, the typical way to use this is if you wanted to go long, okay, you might see an orange, which is telling you stay out of the trade. Then it turns to the aqua, and then it turns to blue, and that is telling you, okay, maybe now you can take a look at taking this trade going long. Again, nothing works 100%. In this particular case, it did not really move. But if we go from orange directly to blue, bypassing this intermediate step, we are finding that that can be very bullish. Okay. And it's just a matter of, haven't seen any today. I'm hoping for a scan of it. Same thing here. If this goes from orange directly to purple, well, see what it's doing. It's by it, but it's taking that intermediate step. That can be very bullish on the short side. And again, well, look at Siga now. I mean, I wish I'd gone right to orange or right to deep purple. That doesn't mean, I mean, look, in theory, I should be, if this turns purple in the next maybe candle, I mean, in theory, it's telling me, you should be really looking at a short. I'm really trying to hold off though on only taking the ones that have that stark transition as and bypassing the middle step. Problem is, we just don't get too many of them. Boy, Walmart is still strong. WMT is still strong. Still up 6.7% with a big float, 4 points. Now it is pulled back a couple of dollars from the pre-market high, but I mean, we get a transition right here from pink to orange, a little bit of orange, and then to the green or the aqua, and then back to blue. I mean, this could be time to get long again. Well, I think just for me anyway, the things I'm looking at just seem kind of stuck. Now, I did see the GRAL. The only reason I see it is I have it thumbnailed, a thumbnail chart. So well, at least it's gone positive. So, let's see if it can start to move somewhat. It was an earnings by yesterday. Now, I'm looking at, still look at, you see, look at the GNLN as an example. I know this is, wild, very, very, very volatile, but had that turned into blue immediately, I may, but you still have to sort of obey rules of trading. I'd love to see this take up to 1564, the highs right there. So had that, for instance, been orange and then a big blue bar taking that out, I probably would have taken that trade. Then the idea is to put your stop at the low of that orange candle. Now, that would have been a big wide stop for GNLN, but just in general, that is where you can put a stop. I'm I don't want to. I don't want to get out of a trade just because it's boring me. But the GAMB is starting to bore me. I'm down just a little bit on it. Wow, what a short RAI had for Riley. Wow, I, I didn't even notice that. And look at the now. If you had waited for the transition, it would have been a little bit later. But even so, wouldn't have been that bad. But the AI had a short for Riley at 595, and then you got down to 477. If you'd waited for a transition, it would have been around 544. Still pretty good. I missed that somehow. I did not see that from our AI. That was at 10:39, so about half an hour ago. I do not use hotkeys. No, that was a question in our main room. Do I use hotkeys in IB to enter? No. Well, I'm yeah. A lot of times, what I'm doing, Charlie, is when I'm looking at something, I've got my price that I want to get in at. I usually pick the mid. So my mouse, or I'm on, I just hit my submit key. So yeah, but I've been doing this for a while, so I believe me, at the very beginning, I was really struggling trying to talk and trade at the same time. But I've been doing this now almost like this almost 9 years now in October. So, and I see the AI window again. Sure, there was the alert. Riley 595 to short, and the reason I don't keep it displayed, it's not fair for those who pay for the service. I'm just going to display it all day long. One thing I learned a long time ago is don't get out of a trade out of boredom. I know I was saying I was bored on the JMB, but don't get out of a trade out of boredom. The only column I really pay attention to, Troy, is the aggressive. Okay, that's just telling me what the stock is up or down all day long. I really don't. I wish we really wouldn't even have them anymore. Conservative is getting out exactly when the AI got out of the trade. Moderate is getting out only. We only get out if a stop is hit, and the aggressive is just showing what would happen if you stayed in all day, regardless of stops. I mean, which of course, what I would never do, but I just like to see the stocks that are, and that's why I'll always have front and center. I sort on the aggressive profit percent. That's just telling me what a stock is up or down all day long. Well, they will be all the same, only if, yeah, I know why you're looking at that like this, right? That's why I always recommend uncheck that filter. If you don't, or in the filter box, I would uncheck it. Okay, I think what's happened is you've got it unprofitable. I would uncheck it. I would want to see the alerts all day long. Sometimes the AI gets into or indicates that an area to get in, and it maybe drops from that area, and so it's underneath the alert price, but maybe it's setting up even better, if that makes sense. So I think that's why you're seeing the percentage is exactly the same. I would uncheck that, and now you'll see all the alerts. That's my opinion anyway. So you see what I did there? I just basically went to that filter box, little down arrow. I'm almost sure that you've got it profitable is checked. You didn't do it on purpose, but that is for whatever reason. I disagree with the company doing that. I think you should see the trade. I think you should see the alerts all day long. Because look at Array right here as an example. Okay, sure, it's underneath the entry price, so that's why it's not profitable. But what if it's setting up? What if it sets up Let's take a look at array. I'm not saying it's going to, but what if array, let's take a look at the VWAP. What if the VWAP was at $1.90? Okay, I mean it's 199, but what if it was $1.90 and it held and then it bounced off there? If you were a VWAP player, that is a type of trade you might want to take. Yet you'll never see it if you have the profitable, if you have profitable checked, because in theory it's not, well, not theory, it's not profitable. But I would want to see, what if it even moves way down here and maybe hits a moving average, or maybe it looks like it's starting to bounce. I mean, I would want to see the alerts all day long. Even this one, which is would have been terrible, not terrible. I shouldn't say that, because we had the alert at 16.76 to short this. And yeah, before it popped up, it got down to 16.27. Not bad, but I mean, now it has popped up. But what, I mean, this could be topping out. This could be topping out. This might give you a short opportunity, up in this area. Well, thank you for having patience. Thank you for having some patience. Why, it took me a long time to learn that, though. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, okay? All right, now to take a look at the GAMB. I wonder if it's even showing up anywhere in this. Probably not. What's the float? Oh. Now, guys, if you're in this one, no, first of all, if you got in at 1079, you're laughing. But I mean, if you waited like me for an 11 break, I'm not going to, you have to figure out how you want to take some profit and all that. Right now, there's no transition yet. Transition to the Aqua. So I've been suggesting, to keep in the trade. But how I like to do it is take some off, and then I will keep holding on, unless it really turns. You get a different. That's how I like to play it, but that's up to you. There's no way to upload a screenshot? You mean you want to upload a screenshot, Troy? You mean, I know some people do. They use, I don't know what the program they use. I know Captain Parrot does something, but I don't know how to tell you how to do it. Why? Is it about the AI? Well, okay. I displayed this. You were saying that the aggressive, moderate, and conservative were all the same number, right? Okay. Well, okay. It might be a slight delay, but the reason being is that, yeah, but the reason being is that the AI is not out of the trade at all. Okay. Let's say for Riley, not out of the trade at all. So until it gets out of the trade, that would be the conservative. That will get locked. Okay. That will get locked. When the AI exits in some kind of an algo, gets out of the trade, that will be locked. Moderate and aggressive will be the same all day long, unless the stop is hit. It's confusing. I don't even pay attention to it. I just look at this. I just want to see what stocks are moving the most. I just pay attention to this. But until the AI gets out of a trade, all these numbers will be the same. Yeah. Okay. And you can see exit price. I mean, the AI is still in all these trades. There's no exit time, there's no exit price. The stop has not been hit. An algo has not kicked in saying, you know what, even though the stop has not been hit, we don't like the way it's trading anymore. So sometimes there's a time hold. I don't even look anymore to see, what if there's a time period on the whole these different strategies. I really don't care anymore. I just want to follow them all day long. Okay. So you don't, so hopefully that all makes sense. How do I expand Michael Storm in our YouTube room? How do I expand my profit loss on the go no go chart? Well, I suppose it depends on how big your chart is, or no. Now, are you talking about? You're not talking about this. So you're talking about if I click on an alert. Now I don't have my. You're talking about the smart risk levels, which I don't have. Okay, so here they are. So I guess it depends on how big the chart is. I mean, I'm using a 3 and a 5. And I can see them on the 3 on this one, but let me take a look at another one. So I'm not sure what you mean, Michael, exactly. I mean, this is a fairly big chart, I guess, but actually, I got to make sure though, because this might be. Give me a moment here. I'm going to put the on my daily chart also. This is swing stock stop though, so that's not going to work. I don't use it anymore because I just don't want it taking up the space. But yeah, okay. So right there, what price was that? 248. Well, it's going to depend on the ticker, of course. Remember what the smart stop is all about. So the question is, from our YouTube room, about the smart risk levels. Okay, every time you click on an alert, I'm just in general. I think you know this, Michael, but every time you click on an alert, what they're suggesting. I don't know why it would be way down there though on this. That just seems to be way too big a smart. Well, this is the profit target. Now you've confused me, Michael. Here we go. Long. There we go. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So When you click on an alert, and if you have this activated, and to activate these smart stop levels, okay, all you do is you right click on your chart, go to properties, and then where it says show smart risk levels, if it's unchecked, just check it. And most of you probably want the long, okay? So check it. Then what happens is every time you click on an alert, I'll click on an MRSN. What this is telling me that if you took this trade right now at 134, the suggestion is to put a stop at 126. Okay, that is a suggestion. Well, it depends on where the risk level is, really, Michael. Okay, so that's all it's telling you is that if you took the trade and they're suggesting that that would be your stop, your target. You can't even see what it is, but I wouldn't pay any attention to it because all the target is double the difference between if you got in at that current price and the difference between the current price and the smart stop. You double it, and then that gives you up here a target. Anyway, I don't use them. If I were starting out, maybe I would pay a little more attention. But I have a certain idea about where I want to put my stops. Well, you can see why I took some off on the GAM. It still has not turned yet, but I still have to use some trader sense, I suppose. I'm not loving the way this is not holding this area up here, but I took some off. Now, the other thing that we were finding using the go no go is it could be very interesting on bounce plays also. This is not in any documentation for go no go. It's just something that I have found, and I think DipBuyer and maybe others who are using our the go no go charts, is that now this is a little too extended, but imagine if on a bounce play, this was deep purple, and then it turned pink right around here, and then it started to move. You can use this maybe as a bounce play. Problem is, even if it turns pink up here, it's already had a big move from 450 up to 5. So what we were finding is that you get the deep purple, and then it starts to maybe bottom out, and then it turns pink. That is maybe a sign to take it as a bounce play and just put your stop at the low of that previous purple candle. Okay. And then conversely, if we had something that was really blue up here, and then it turns aqua, that is maybe a sign that it's topping out. Again, this is all experimental right now, like those things anyway. Okay, guys, 11:26. So in a little About 30 minutes from now, I will be taking my break. Steve Grail, Steve, I'm looking at the Grail chart, GRIL. Steve Gomez will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. See, I would have loved this if this had been pink right there. I would have hopped on this as a bounce play and just put my stop at 449. Let's say we had the pink at around 470. That's what I would have done. All right, guys. Well, let's again, the market's still hanging tough. So there is nothing in the economic calendar, I think, for the rest of the day. 110, we've got one of the Fed presidents is going to talk at 110. Harker will talk. Maybe he'll throw cold water in the market. I don't know. But so that's the only other thing. But it was a loaded economic calendar today, especially at 8:30. And that all those numbers that came out at 8:30 really helped the market. So keeping an eye on the CING. Look what it's. Ooh, wouldn't this be awesome if we could get blue now? Blue next. Blue next. Now the only issue, it's a stop because if you're going to put your stop at the low of this candle, for me that'd be a very wide stop. Time is it right now? 29. So I'm just looking to see when this candle is going to close. And you can see the difference. You can see the difference, between a 3-minute chart and a 5-minute chart on the candles, the candle colors. It's amazing. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Doesn't look it looks like it's going to transition to blue out of here. Again, what the orange is telling me is don't take the trade at all. We don't see a big advantage going long or short, even though it looks like you should have gone long, but I'm gonna trust these indicators. I have found more times than not, it has really helped me to keep out of a trade. It's something that I thought might work very well, and I see this orange, and I say, okay, I won't take it. And I would say that most of the time it has been correct to not have taken the trade one way or the other, long or short. Yeah, it's GNLN is trading like it did a couple of days ago. It kept me out of the trade all day 2 days ago. So look at the run here now. Whoops, is that a run up for Riley? It just got halted. Oh, it resumed. Sorry. Well, the Riley L got resumption. Even my idea of Grail did not didn't take it. But it just did not sustain. I really thought it might sustain itself up there, but nope. Big drop. A lot of shares too available to short on this one. 1 million shares for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. So I mean, this the go no go works obviously way better in a trending situation as opposed to some of this chop that's happening. So I just why I'm backing off a lot of things that I'm seeing. I mean, this was awesome. I did not take it, but this was awesome from the beginning. ASTS, wow. I mean, that just there's the only area right there to maybe take some profit. So if you were able to get in this one, even if you waited 15 minutes like I normally do, you could have got in around 23.74 or so. You see how it has won 15 races. So there's a great example. It's won 15 races. It's a large cap. I guarantee that none of, even the races that it won, it's not like they would have been like 5, 6, 8%, but just very steady, 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 steady on the way up. Now this is shortable for me. So I am really going to start watching this one. Just give me a moment. My computer, you know what? I don't know why it's going a little crazy right now. You're doing a virus check or something. I know I haven't asked this question. Anybody, did you hear my computer going a little crazy on the fan? So yeah, I'm gonna watch to see if this has this transition. So so not I don't want to watch it necessarily. I don't want to have to stare at it, but all I can do is let's put a price alert down here. And if I get the if it does trigger, see what color it is, and another one down here and see what color it is. But there's certainly nothing blocking it on the upside in terms of a chart because or on the chart because it's an all-time, at least we have it as an all-time high. All right, this is this little oil play. I'm sorry, it is not. I keep thinking it's this oil play. It is not. SXTP and having a look at the volume that is just coming in now to SXTP. There's a transition right there. Did not see it. 161. All right, guys. Wow, look at that. It continues to move though. ASTS, another new high here. I don't know what the news was today. I don't see the news today, but it's been on a roll, this week, well, last week even, but it's been on a roll. I don't, oh, I see. Okay. Shares climb as the inaugural launch approaches. Okay. When is it supposed to launch? Let's hope now, how interesting. I mean, with B. Riley, the stock cratering, and here are the B. Riley analysts upping their stock price targets, 26 to 15 from 15 as their firm basically is just absolutely cratering. Okay, guys. Well, I'm still holding on to the GAMB. It has not transitioned to the other color, to the aqua yet. If it did, I'd probably get out of the whole thing. Now, there's also a part of me though with the GAMB. If it gets back into the 1130s, I may add back because it's got all that room, and maybe maybe it's just one of these. It's going to take a long time to really get rocking. But look at that. So there's a little on the you see there's that little transition on the 3 minute. Did not happen on the 5. I think the way I'm trying to play these, I need the transition on both these time frames before I will take more off. But again, this is up to you. Okay, this is just what I'm trying to determine. All right, guys, 20 minutes to my break. And Steve has confirmed that it'll be him in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon Eastern. So on a day like today, I'll probably concentrate more on the large cappers. They just look like they have a little more follow through than the smaller ones. Let's take a look at Wolf here. just over the whole number. The high was 13.15. Not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 20. Oh, it has earnings next week, 21st. Yeah. So the question in our YouTube room is, how do I get this? How do I get this? Okay, this column. So if you're right, can I do it from here? I'm not sure. I think it's clear. No, I think it's show all winners. Or if you uncheck that, let me just do this. Okay, I can't remember anymore. I've had this. So let me just duplicate it. Yeah. So I think if you uncheck, if you have or here, show top 10, that's what I checked. Show top 10 winners. Okay. So there's show all winners. I guess it might be the default, but if you right click and say show top 10 winners, okay. Otherwise, what'll happen is you'll just see the all the winners all day long. I don't care about that. I want to see the top 10. So does that make sense? If you're not seeing a list like this, then probably then when you right click on your race, there will be the option that says show top 10 winners. When it's checked, I don't see it. The other one is show all winners. Okay. Does that help you, future science, in our YouTube room? Well, okay, let me understand what you just said there. So when you right click, what do you see? Do you see show all winners as an option when you right click, which means that show top 10 has been selected, but do you see show all winners as an option when you right click on your race? Okay, so you see show all winners, okay, which means then that, okay, so is it possible that you haven't you have to expand it a little bit? Well, if it says, well, I'm surprised it does say both because I don't have that option. It just says show all winners, which if I checked it, then if I is a toggle. It's a toggle between show all winners and show top 10 winners for me anyway. Oh, it's working now. Good. Okay. Okay. I was going to say you have to make sure you have to expand it a little bit, like make it wide enough so you can see this. I'm going to take this wolf, or should I? What time is it now? So 11:46. Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit. If I weren't on a break, I'd probably take this one right now. Okay, it's got a little bit of room. Yeah, actually, it's got a lot of room on the daily chart. $14 on the daily chart. But I'm going to be taking a break. If I weren't taking a break, I would probably take this one over the whole number. Little transition now to the blue. Put a stop right around 13. But I'm going to be taking my break. And the market is still hanging in. So the market's not affecting really anything. I was kind of hoping that SMR would. What is it at now? I got well. See, this is how I would have traded it. I mean, I granted. Oh man, is this shortable? Oof, shortable too. Son of a gun. 977 would have been an awesome short, guys, on the transition. You know, dip. I mean, there was only the one little pink bar between separating, right? Between, we're sort of looking at that also, depending how many pink bars between the orange and the purple. And son of a, you can see right here, it went from orange to deep purple on the 5. I blame you. I blame everybody for not telling me this. This was a fantastic short setup right there. Now, I hate to do this to Steve because this is his trade of the week, but I think as he would tell you, this is a market in which swing trading to me is dicey at best. But even though the market is ripping higher, but I'll let him do it. I mean, he's going to be on in about 12 minutes or so, taking over for me. Oh, this was awesome. Dip, did you see it right here? Is exactly what we're looking for. And it appears that the scan is being worked on, but it's not going to be readily available, um, even to myself for a while. Just talking with Michael. Yeah, look at Siga now. Siga is getting interesting on a bounce, really interesting on a bounce. CIGA. I mean, in theory, you're not supposed to take it yet until you get the transition to blue here. But boy, I wish that had been blue right there, from orange to blue, right there. Let me tell you, Captain Para. Now this is on a 5-minute chart, okay? On a 5-minute chart, the transition. So we had orange at 11 o'clock, and then 11:05. 11:05 is when it went purple, directly to purple. It had taken the trade. We got to wait for the candle to close. Luckily, it was not a wide one. So say at 970. 970. And it had a little jog up, but you would have put your stop right here at 980. Wow, what a great 10-cent stop. 10-cent stop on a stock that moved from there before it pulled up at all, say to 920. So 50 cents. So basically a 1 for 5 risk reward. Now, not saying could have got in right at the very penny and out at the very low, but you give me 1 for 3 all day long. I could have easily got a 1 for 3, easily. But I have to be able to see it. But to be honest, I mean, somebody was mentioning SMR earlier. So what I really should have done is had this thumbnailed somewhere. But even here, there's only, if you can see my 3-minute chart, Captain, you see there's only one pink separating the orange and the deep purple. So there's a thought that if there's only one pink, that on a 3-minute chart, that's probably not bad either. You would have had about the same. The alert, you would have taken it around 975, 976. Here would have been about 970. So very, very close. What time is it right now? 11:52. Just give me a moment. I want to highlight this one. Okay, so Michael is working on this because he just showed me a screenshot of TPST, and it alerted right there. Okay, now, but yeah, it alerted right there. He just showed me a screenshot. Now, is this shortable? Yeah, it is shortable. So the scan is being worked on. This was an alert that he got. Okay, it is worked, or he's working on the scan, and that's what he's just showing me right now in our Slack thread. So the scan is certainly capable of picking it up. Now I did tell him between 2 and 50, but okay. All right, guys. So 11:54 is now. Steve sometimes shows up just a little bit early. So what I want to do is get the alert or my message up here. I'm not on my break yet, but when he shows up. And I'm hearing SIGA. That probably means that it's starting to fill the gap, guys. SIG, yeah. So there's the transition to blue on the 3-minute chart. Hasn't transitioned on the 5, but it is transitioned to blue. And of course, it's got a ton of room. So there's your trend. So if you took it, you put a stop maybe at the low of the candle and see what happens. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to continue, but now that is not the trend. That's not the beauty transition we're looking for from orange directly to blue, but still a transition. And before I leave, I want to put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. He's not going to be happy with me because I had to highlight SMR as being beautiful on the short. Siga, let's see, Iris. I don't sure mean Siga was great. Barry, when will the? then it got cut off. Sorry, I got to stretch. So I'm just waiting for Steve to show up, guys. So I'm going to take a look at that TPST. I'm not going to do anything with it, but I want to see, does it continue down here? Yeah, Iris Siga turned out not bad. How far it's going to go, I don't know. Understanding that it had some very bad news. Okay, so it is trying to bounce a little bit, but it did have some very bad news. So, I mean, that news is still in place. You always have to remember that news is still in place. I had the huge move yesterday in the monkeypox, but then data came out saying, perhaps their vaccine wasn't that great. And look what happened. I mean, the stock closed at 12 and almost cut in half at one point. So So I mean, so that news is still out there. So that's the only thing I would say. I wouldn't expect like it to just completely recover. Okay, guys, again, I'm just waiting for Steve. There he is. Okay, just maybe one moment, Steve. Okay, guys, Steve, I just heard a little pop, so he must be in our YouTube room now. So I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can officially welcome Mr. Steve Gomez into our YouTube room. And how are you today, my friend?
Hello. The SMR
Hello.
chart. The
Hello.
SMR chart is kind of a bummer, but you know what are you gonna do? Because it's the trade of the week. I hate to see that.
Well, as I told people, I mean, you know, the trade of the week, I know they're meant to be longer term trades, but certainly if you had taken it at 950, you had a great opportunity to make, you know, what did it get up to, about 1030 or so? I know they're designed for longer term trades, but you know,
Yeah,
you got to have a trader's eye,
it's
as you guys call it.
it's kind of pinched in here right now, and it springboarded pretty quickly off the lows there. So we'll see what happens.
So, Steve, I know you're probably not into the go no go, but if can you bring up a go no go chart, because I wanted to show. Well, you may have seen it in the Slack thread. What I was pointing out on SMR
Yeah,
and
that's what
how
I'm talking about. Yeah,
well. So you saw what I'm talking about, the transition from orange to deep purple.
right. But that's not my time frame. My time frame is much wider with more noise, and you know, just because it changed a couple colors, I resigned myself to the fact. Okay, it's probably going to come down and test, you know, a certain level that I'm willing to give it to. So it's
Right.
not
So
going to
I'm just
get me
talking
out of
about
a
an
trade.
intraday trade. I'm just talking about it
Sure.
as an intraday trade. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how so I'm just using SMR because we don't see too many of these like this. Okay. That go from orange right to either deep purple or to blue,
Yeah.
bypassing that middle step. And
Deep
so, but
purple.
when we're seeing that, we're seeing some fabulous moves.
Yeah.
And so that's what Michael is working on, trying to get a scan
Yes. Some.
to show us this. I was just using
Something.
SMR as an example of
Oh,
something
I
that
know.
was
Yes.
working
That's.
perfectly.
Well, see, that was a fast move, and so that those colors are showing you that was a very fast move, and that just begs the question. Great. How do we find these fast moves? And that's what you're saying. You know, Michael's working on, and that's
Exactly.
awesome. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of them yesterday. Well, there's not too many of them, right? Because normally you get that midpoint, that transition color from orange to
Right.
either the deep purple. Usually we get the transition, but when we don't, wow. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
take off now. I do
Good
have some
point.
things to do. I know you want to. I'll probably take off at 5 too. So, bunch of things to do. So we'll see you in about 55 minutes.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay,
See it.
bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. So you're stuck with me now for an hour. Welcome to my screen. Look at this one, ASTS off the short squeeze. Let's fix that a little bit. And you have 21% short squeeze coming off of earnings. Interesting. What's really interesting is I haven't seen a market quite this crazy in a while. What do I mean by that? Just 2 weeks ago, we were down here talking about doomsday, and it doesn't take much, you know, really. Maybe a Japanese Bank of Japan reversal, a couple of Fed comments, and they literally trap the shorts. You can just kind of see when you see this kind of move, just absolutely unabating, right back up so quickly. It's basically a short squeeze, and you can kind of see that a lot of the shorts in the bigger picture, I'm talking, of course, here on the daily, were trapped, and they're still being squeezed out as we speak. So that's kind of what's really happening. I mean, you can tell me all day long that the retail sales was a great number. I think we all look around and see that that might not be necessarily the case. They're probably fudging a few things. We all know people who are struggling out there, and I don't think people are just running out there buying things left and right now, but whatever. That's what the numbers say, and that certainly helped squeeze the shorts even more today. So here we are midday, in the NAS and the SPYs. Just been grinding higher. To me, this is just complete short squeeze. Perfect behavior, a normal, just shuffle out of their trades. But we're catching midday here, and at some point we're going to have to test this rising 10 SMA and see what happens. But just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, just 9 solid days of short squeezing. And I think that's really the bigger picture here. All right. So I don't really have that much else really prepared to talk about. I think there was a couple people who were looking for some help that may have been in the chat. One person was looking for Bollinger Band help. I think if you're here, go ahead and let me know what you'd like to see. We can try to work on a Bollinger Band scan that you would be able to backtest. And that's, really the purpose of these hours. It's not for us to come on here and just kind of ramble for an hour. It's nice to have at least a direction or a topic or something to work on. If you're here for Go No Go charts, you heard Barry say I don't use them, so I'm not really much of a resource on them. Definitely Barry is going to give you a much better education, and Michael for sure. He's the one that's coding them. Okay, what's RCAT? Is that the symbol of the stock? Could be. Red Cat Holdings. Swing trade. Let's do this. Let's move this up so we can kind of see. Here we go. Earnings, if that's the case, Squid, RCAT had nice earnings, great response from the earnings, and it's basically kind of just petering out here, kind of like an airplane stalling. Now, I'm not saying it's going to pull back and give way more. It's kind of creating a nice little wedge here. And, either it does something today or it waits for this, moving average to kind of catch up. But this is a strong looking trending stock. And I don't know if you've been in it for a while or, what you're thinking. Let's zoom out on the 15 minutes because I want to show you this blue line. This blue line is the 5-day moving average. And usually when you have a stock really ripping on the daily like this, it's going to be close to that 5-day. It's going to look something like that. But all I've done is I've transposed it here into my 15-minute chart. If you're not aware, that's 130 SMA. 130 15-minute candles will give me a smoothed out 5-day moving average. And so as you can see, the good news is RCAT has not consolidated in price. It's consolidating over time. Sideways is much stronger than pullback. And what happens is eventually the sideways has to give way to the rising, momentum indicator. So we're getting into kind of an inflection point here. So Squid, it actually is getting interesting. Again, I don't know if you're currently in it, but it looks like it's setting up for something. And the really, really, really strong ones will just rip. But be aware that a lot of times you can also have just would be like a head fake, a quick pullback, and then it will go. So in essence, I can tell you that's a strong chart. And if you're swing trading that chart, the current is certainly going up. So that's good. Some of this NNE earlier, again, it's kind of the same thing. Okay, cool. Still holding. So that tells me you're still holding. Let's go back to it. I would say you're still holding. And so you got what people might want here pretty soon. And if it takes out, this high, I'll put an alert in there just for fun. If it takes out this high, short squeeze, not really many shorts. But once, and let's get excited that, if it takes out this high and when it does, start thinking about flipping some out again, because that's really the contrarian method that'll separate you from the rest of the people trying to get better. And that means that, you're buying pullbacks or consolidations or dips and you're not chasing. Contrarian trading is the exact opposite of chasing and fear of missing out. If you're seeing green candles and your fear of missing out and you're jumping in and going, I got to get in, if you've done that with real money, you've probably already experienced the immediate thrill and then the quick letdown of a price pullback. So prices just don't go in one direction forever. You're probably going to get a better chance in terms of an entry. And so that's being contrarian on the entry. Being contrarian on the exit doesn't mean waiting for the price to roll over to the obvious level that everybody is watching as their stop loss level, and then everybody is running for the exits at once. And that's going to be a lower price and a lower profit than if you had, as I said, when it takes out new highs and it's ripping and screaming and people are chasing and FOMO, you're playing on their FOMO. You're one step ahead of them. And it's, number one, it's a gratifying feeling to trade because you feel like you're in sync. And two, it'll show up in the profit and loss if you have a contrarian mentality. And that means in the entry and in the exits. There's nothing more satisfying than popping in a limit order, 25, 30 cents above, seeing that there's resistance. If you look left on the chart, and then just watching those green ticks run up and chase each other to get to what you have that they want. And then that's usually short-lived and you're happy, and then they're holding the bag. So you're getting some actual good ticks here as we speak. Okay, TSPO. Yeah, let's look at some Holly alerts from today and say, how would we best manage these as manual trades? Because the AI, remember, is decent for giving ideas for stocks that are in play. Maybe the entry, maybe you can get a better entry, but the exits are not as good that the AI gives you that a human can give you. And here's our first perfect example. So if you're new, TSPCO, I try to tell people to trade this AI with my pretty much one and only simple indicator, because the idea is if there's a name on this window, theoretically, there should be some momentum and movement behind it. Well, what do we got? Let's just look real quick. We've got 22% relative volume, 22 times, excuse me. We definitely have volume. So there's nothing to say this thing's up 26%. There's nothing to say that it can't go higher, except we're going to find out if this is where it can go higher. So the 10 SMA has been jogging and running and saying, wait for me, guys, wait for me. And now it's caught up. And now the 10 SMA says, hey, what's going on? And the price is either going to look at that 10 SMA, and if there's more buyers in here, it's probably going to spring higher. So using the AI, there's our entry. Forget what the AI does on the exit. We're using real-time information. The AI is not taking into consideration these candles for exits. Understand that. The AI is using at history, predictive probability for the exit. We as humans get the benefit of getting all this new information to process in real time, and our brains are better at processing real-time information than an AI looking at history. I hope that makes sense. So the answer is GAMB is in play until it's not. And when is it not? It's not when it posts its first close, not its first tick, not 4 or 5 trades, but its first closing 15-minute candle in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, this green candle looks like it may survive. And so essentially what I'm saying is you've got 15-minute windows to assess these trades that the AI spits out and say, is it still above the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart? If yes, then stay in. If it just closed below, get out. Don't be the person waiting for that other level down here, wherever, like I said, where everybody waits to get out at the same time. I usually think that waiting for the first closing candle under a 10 SMA here gives me just a little bit of an early exit to something that I'm happy that I, noticed early. Let's just put it that way. So there you go. There's the first one. That might be the best one of the day. TSPCO. Let's take a look at the short side. Oh, Riley, ugly. And it's giving us an opportunity here. Looks, this was a midday hit, wasn't it? Oh, I like this. Why do I like this? What am I talking about? Here's the entry right there. Right there. This is a beautiful downward dog. So the name of the strategy is downward dog. And why do I like it? Because it didn't short here, new lows. It didn't short here, new lows. It identified a break. and then it faded the bounce. Riley, this downward dog, was being contrarian in its short sell entry. I like that. I like that a lot. Now, rolled over, gave you some profits, went to new lows. Hey, opposites, new lows. What might you be doing at breaking new lows? Maybe you're buying and covering and taking some profits on some. Maybe a half. Maybe you took half right there. That's being contrarian on the exit. Now we've got this bounce to work, and the real mind, the human being better than the AI, is saying, okay, maybe we're 15 minutes away from a convergence of the 10 SMA and the price. What's going to happen here? So we wait. That's what I would do on that one for Riley. Back to the long side, Array. Oh, look how beautiful this one is. Beautiful only in terms of my indicator, not so much of the entry. The entry was a FOMO chase. I don't like that. And look at how much we've had to work off that FOMO chase of the AI entry. But now price is starting to behave right at my favorite momentum indicator. So the last hour has told us, hey, there may still be some juice and momentum in this thing. We keep getting green candles at or above barely the 10 SMA. The minute we close below, and it might even be this one here in 1 minute, if this thing just closes below, it's going to be close enough. Maybe it's going to take one more candle, but this one's not so much of a great setup. A lot of resistance up here we already hit. As we go down here, I think these trades on the AI are going to get a little bit worse. Okay, so here's another FOMO entry. The AI was bad. The AI chased. It didn't do like that short sell that I liked so much. And when you chase, look at what happens. It's just a matter of time. Small bit of euphoria, and then it's angst. But here's a good example of not closing. The price never closed below the 10 SMA. It tried to shake people out. So let's use this as an example to see why I wait for the closing candle. That wick tried to shake everybody out, and it didn't work. Now, if we can just stay green here, and we did, so now we're going to get a new candle. 15 minutes are starting over. There it is. And we're above the 10 SMA. So it's still a go in this one as long as it stays above. So that's the rationale I use, TPSCo. I hope that helps. Good times. Market's going higher, but my stocks are not. Okay. Peter, ASTSW warrant. Well, the warrants are going to be a little different, but they're going to trade the same as this. So you had earnings. Yeah, ASTSW. It's up 82%. You're going to get more bang for your buck. There's a lot of space right here currently between the current price and the 10 SMA. That would make me a little nervous. It's just we're approaching midday, and we're just asking for the people who have enjoyed a wonderful morning. They're watching each other from musical chairs to see when the chairs music stops. And this is a great example of me saying contrarian exit for good profit when everybody else is saying, oh, well, I'll get out down here. Take your profits when you've got this much space between the current price and the 10 SMA. That's a gift, especially on a short-term day trading. So I'm really not doing much. If you couldn't tell by the tone of my voice, I don't like what the market's doing. It's squeezing shorts on, headline data that to me is questionable to start with. So I'm just kind of letting, and I'm also noticing a lot of stocks, are not going to highs. It's just the indexes are. So it tells me probably the big names are holding up the market. Apple for sure. Tesla, I think, had a big morning. So I'm not doing a whole lot. I'm really not doing a whole lot in the market. I noticed that the Nasdaq's kind of at its 50-day moving average, but that didn't bother the S&P. Went right through it. That's another thing. Usually you have some resistance at the 10, resistance at the 20, resistance at the 50. That's why this tells me this was panic short covering in the spiders. It is like a hot knife through cold butter, just right through so quickly. So that tells me a lot of market participants were leaning on the wrong side of this market. All right. I know somebody wanted to talk about Bollinger Bands earlier. Did you show up eventually? Because it's kind of hard to configure that in the chat we were having. And I know I invited you here because this is the best place to do that kind of stuff. But I needed to know what time frame you're looking for and things like that. But you can see the S&P saw the moving averages coming up underneath, and they're like, well, pushing the prices higher still. So there's still, maybe there are shorts that are covering, or maybe there are real buyers who are chasing this market up here at these levels. Because to me, if you're putting on new positions up here at this level, it's just my experience it tells me not to do that. So no wonder this short squeeze. I probably should have been looking at some more of these names earlier on, but you've heard me talk about how the market is short squeezing. There might be some, 28% here in this BioMara Fusion. So everything on this list, I'm going to go ahead and share this with the crowd so you guys can watch this. This is nothing more than a bunch of stocks with high short floats. And on a day like today, with the market backdrop that I keep looking at, Qs and SPYs, they won't pull back. These are some of the things that could percolate and start to just pop as, individual groups of short sellers are like, if we don't cover now, we might lose more money. And that's, what a short squeeze is. So I'm not recommending any of these names. I'm just pointing out how you can take a scan with a concept behind it. Here's, Nova Energy's breaking back above its 200-day moving average after many, many failed attempts. So maybe this is a turning point for a stock like Nova with 36% short float. That's a lot of shorts. And so maybe there's more gas in some of these names. Again, I'm not recommending or telling you to buy any of these, but I do want to share that scan that you're looking at so you can open that up in the cloud. And on days when the market's ripping higher, or there's just certain stocks that are scared because there's too many short sellers, that's how you find them. I haven't really seen any of the retail sales report. I wonder where the strength is. What are they selling? See, I know Walmart did well, and that bolsters my point. People are having a hard time. People that used to shop at Whole Foods are now shopping at Walmart. So Walmart is a beneficiary of a stretched, inflationary-ridden consumer. That scan suggests the potential, Punit, for stocks that will go higher. And I'm talking about it in the context of today. The market is gapped up and is currently on highs. And there's a lot of short squeeze dynamic in here, action. I can feel that if you were here when we started talking, the shorts felt very, very comfortable, very bold and aggressive down here. And the market has a funny way of running them out. So everybody that was short, the funds, hedge funds, they're having to buy to cover to get out. That's called a squeeze. So when the backdrop of the major market is under that type of energy, it makes sense to pull this off the shelf. Not every day do we want to use this, but as I click through these names, pay attention to right here, the short float. ASTS, 21% short float. FTEL, 32%. It just went to highs again. And see, this is one where you can say, well, there's only 4 million shares and 32 of them are short. I'm not saying to buy this, but this is the kind of thing that could get somebody excited. You know, there's not a lot of volume. It's very low volume, 41,000. You know, if you don't have a window like this that shows you the immediate statistics, you can get in trouble. But there's tremendous potential. The higher the short float, yes, the higher the potential. Not only that, Punit, but look at what 4.8 million shares is nothing. So that becomes extremely effective in the equation, because if it had 100 million shares, it's going to take it longer for the shorts to get out. But if there's only 4.6 million shares in circulation and 32% of them are short, you can imagine the stock could move quickly. So every single scenario has a different setup. What does the daily chart look like? How many shares are in participation? See, if I go to Sava, there we go, Sava, 29% short, but there's 44 million. But this chart's, that's not a bad chart. It's above most of its moving averages. It's not in a downtrend. It's pulling back off of a prior big run. It had earnings. So what I'm saying is, what's the story with each one of these stocks? You can't just pull them up blindly and buy them. I'm trying to show you the important points are the short float, how many shares are in circulation, what does the daily chart look like, are earnings behind it? That's important. If earnings are tomorrow or the day after, you probably want to stay away. So all, you know, it's a puzzle. There's no one scan, including the AI, that's just going to say, buy this and you're going to succeed. It just doesn't exist. These are tools to help the trader make sense, you know, in the market each day. Tomorrow we could be extreme. We could have bad news overnight, and tomorrow everything could be absolutely opposite. And you take this scan and you put it away, because the short sellers are probably adding to their positions going short. So good. I'm glad that makes sense, Punit. That's why we're here. How can I get that yellow line for earnings? And it should be there for your Trade Ideas chart. So if it's not, let's look at properties. Pre-market, post-market. It should be there automatically. So pull up a stock that just had earnings prior to it behind us. Like, you know, pull up Sava on your chart and it should have that yellow line. It's just another little bit of visual information that we can use. I think that's going to be a default. It's not going to be a setting. So everybody has that, just like everybody's going to have the red marker of earnings coming up. See, SEDG had earnings a couple days ago as well. Ooh, that one's strong too. Well, if it should be a daily chart, and maybe browser interface also needs to be on as well. That's all I can think of. They're going to show up on daily charts only, and if you're using the browser interface, which you right click and you go to the bottom. What was the earnings on SEDG? I don't know. We'd have to go to news and look, I guess. Daily. Yeah, it's got to be on daily. Uh-huh. I don't know. I don't have the breakdown of their earnings. It would be a headline probably. Israeli company, solar company. But their earnings, you know, initially, if you look at the chart, there was their earnings. The day after, they gapped down. And so this is one of those cases where you had a gap down on earnings and it didn't go lower. And that's usually a strong sign when it gaps down after earnings and then somebody out there realizes, hey, that wasn't as bad. This price is on sale. I'm a buyer. And if that, holds, then over 5 days, you can see this thing never looked back after the opening print of what was initially thought to be bad earnings, I guess. Silver's finally doing something. This thing is just the goofiest. I'm staying away from silver. It hasn't been working for me. It's game doing. Just right in the range, not doing a whole lot. JT, big downtrend. And it's just not much I am interested in. Again, the SMR trade of the week, I get it and I'm in it. I actually bought it right down here off the 10 and didn't sell it. And so what I'm looking for is just a nice flattening of this 10 SMA here. And it's fully expected. Like I said, most of the time prices don't go through like spies and Qs where they just knife through like, hot knife, hot up at these moving averages, and they force the price to consolidate a little bit. And fortunately, I've got patience and I don't mind. Okay, good question, for the score. So let's go back to that for a second. Let's see here. I'm going to do something. We're going to go back to a non-tree map. And this originally was a scan that I called the A table. It basically is part of your question. So when we look at the scan, there's not much going on here, right? But I do have a stock composite rating, and I think that's what you're asking about. Now, at one time, when the market was going to all-time highs and all that, I was saying, my concept was I'd like to know what stocks have a high composite rating, but also a high short float, meaning there's a contingency of a lot of short sellers in there. What are they missing? Because the composite rating is based on technicals and fundamentals. Now, what does 50 mean? 50 is the basement. 50 is junk. If I go to 80, that would be like a B student. 90 would be an A student. I'm going to guess if I go to 80, how many B, letter grade B setups do we have in there? Yeah, we have a few. And if I go through those charts, if you look at the daily, you see how they're strong. So it's actually a good lever that you can play around with for this scan, Punit, because if you have 50 in there like I have, it's basically saying, show me everything. But it's not maybe showing me something that has 80% short the float that I might be. More than likely, that's 20%. These are all probably just barely above 20, and that was my base configuration. But the point being is if I put 80 in there, these are strong charts. So the concept is maybe it's one step even closer to a viable strategy. Look at how strong all these trades are, only because I changed that that filter. And look, there's not that many. What happens if I go to 90? A couple of those are going to be in there still, but you'll see the concept. If I go to 90, these are the A's. So I used to call this trade the A table, where all the A students were sitting, and there's only 3 trades. ASTS, which we looked at, coming off earnings, of course. TG, ooh, this is Brian Shannon's favorite stock, TGTX. I'm going to have to put an alert here at 22. It's a biotech. I hate biotechs, but I'm going to put an alert there. Why did I do that? Because I'm seeing kind of a cup and handle on a stock with 23% short the float. that actually has a composite rating score. Do I have composite up here? I guess I don't. I thought I did. Yeah, I did. In 94, this is a 94. So no wonder Brian Shannon loves it so much. And you guys probably might want to write this down too. It's a biopharma. So the composite rating is updated during the day in real time, Punit. It's about 10 technical points. See how they're above all the moving averages? Points, 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 points. See how it's close to its 20-day position in range? It's on the high end of that. More points. So it's just adding up the points for you behind the scene and giving it a score without you having to look at them individually. So, maybe if you run the scan with an 80, you're going to have some pretty good setups in there that are not in downtrends, that are probably decently strong. And there's a little bit of fundamental in there too. But, maybe I'll change to that and I can put that at 80 and I can go back to a tree map and, that's what my tree map would look like. But again, when the market's tanking, this scan might be something you want to minimize and not look at. Right now, with the market squeezing the shorts left and right, these scans are viable. The only reason I had 50 in there was because I wanted to see the junk. I wanted to see everything, stuff with 70, 60% short float, things like that. All right, good questions. Why do I keep pulling up the SPY? Well, I'm just looking at some point during the day. Is it going to give up and poop out and give me that closing candle that I talk about, where maybe people who have been long the last 6 days have decided it's time to start taking some profits? That's usually what market price action does. So we're kind of off the charts here with really crazy price action. And again, I'm associating that to the massive amount of shorts that are being squeezed out there. Okay, good. I'm glad that is helpful because there's a lot going on there when you use the composite rating and just the short squeeze. You can find some interesting setups. And I will say that, they can go when the markets are down. Maybe somebody really wants out, right? And they're a big short seller, position holder. They might use the selling of a market down day to get out of their position. So, I mean, things can still run and go to highs on down market days. But I just feel like right now is probably the prime ripe, action out there for the short sellers to be in a lot of pain, and they're coughing up their shorts by buying them back and competing with other buyers until it doesn't do that anymore. Maybe we close like this and maybe we gap up to 560 tomorrow. I don't know. Rumble's starting to make some rumblings, earnings behind it. I heard they're going to short. They're starting to do short videos. See, that's not a bad looking chart. I mean, I like this company. I want to see them do well, but all of this mess back here and then earnings, and now they're out of earnings and they're kind of breaking out a little bit there. I think I might buy a little bit. Not recommending it. Let's see. A lot of short sellers in the Cathie Wood ARK fund. Could I do it twice a week? You've taught you so much. Thank you, Debbie. That's nice. If somebody's out and missing, sometimes I might have to fill in. But, Andy is here tomorrow, and we are very much of the same mindset. So you get a lot of good information from Andy too, and that would be twice a week. me on Thursday and Andy on Friday. What does Rumble do? Rumble is Rumble Media. They're competing with YouTube. They are a platform that's more alternative, for citizen journalists, and they're anti-censorship. Let's just call it that. It's the X of the social media for video sites. A lot of people that got kicked off X or kicked off YouTube, kicked off Facebook, they wound up creating channels over on Rumble. And you have to go over there to see that content. But I think I saw an X post last night that said where they were announcing they're going to be bringing out shorts. They were like they're a long form content channel, right? But as we know, people like to scroll through their Instagram reels and shorts and Facebook short, So I think they're going to start allowing content providers to do that. And they've got a pretty good payout too for content providers. They're trying to attract people. But it's still early. Usually around the lunch hour, maybe later, you're going to get some people that just want to take some profits on the short term. I'll be surprised if we stay above that line the entire day, quite honestly, I guess is what I'm saying. Ford, a big fall from grace. See, Ford's doing it right. There's my signal candle, you guys. See, Ford was abiding all session long, but all of a sudden, we're 5 minutes away and we're getting a threatening candle here in Ford. This is where I would be exiting more than likely pretty quickly. I'd like to make sure the candle closes like that, but somebody who's been long down here below 10, all of a sudden they're seeing this, and that tells me the momentum is dying. That's why I use a 15-minute chart on a swing trader. The 5 minute is just too fast for me. The perspective of, being this far away from its 5-day moving average, it's probably due for a little bit of a pullback. It's a lot of space right there. A lot of times this 5-day average acts as a magnet just to kind of reset things. Oh, we're getting that same kind of candle in SPY. So we're probably getting a little sell program across the board in the Russell and the NASDAQ and the SPYs all at the same time. I like to do that, Punit, because the more often than not, if I don't do that, I regret it. There was an AI trade that would have done that to us. This one. So that candle right there, if you'd have got out right there, you'd have been mad at yourself when the trade was back up here. And as you see, none of these candles really closed below. However, the candle we're currently working on might be the one that actually closes below. So the reason I do that is it's just my experience over the years. More often than not, when I'm, nervous and I've got my finger on the sell trigger and I say, okay, here comes the red, I'm getting out. I don't equate for the possibility that buyers might still be in there and pop it back up. And when I get out early and the candle pops back up and closes with a wick and just keeps going higher, it's really annoying. And that happened to me enough times to where I said, I'm just going to change it, or I'm going to make a rule that says, I'm going to wait for the close. And even when you wait for the close, sometimes you look back an hour later and you're like, whoa, if you were stubborn and didn't get out when I did, I feel bad for you now, because it's still an early warning system, believe it or not, to wait for the closing candle. And I think that just gives me just enough confirmation that it is, in fact, a dying momentum, because if momentum is still in there, somebody will jump in. Yeah, let's take a look. We still got 2 minutes here for F. Is a buyer going to jump in and close? Knowing where it's come from the last 2 to 3 days, I'm inclined to say it's going to close like this, but I could be wrong. But we still have, over a minute. And again, I was seeing some of that showing up in the major indexes too. A couple of red candles. They might just hold it. Let's see. Let's see if a buyer is still intent on holding up forward. I don't. The only thing that's moving big to me really is the indexes. I'm not seeing a lot of big moves. But again, you guys, I'm not a day trading momentum trader. I'm more of a slow pace swing trader. I got many things going on at my desk, and so I don't have the ability to drive the race car around the track quickly. So because of that, I usually am not playing the action, that Barry's playing. They're more focused than I can be. Okay, well, I guess my Bollinger Band guy never came in for some help today. That's too bad. I was looking forward to helping him. If you're here, we got 10 minutes. Oh, there's our close. So there's our signal candle. Unit F to me would be I'd be selling right now. If I was long down here and I've been trying to hold, and I didn't sell this one yesterday, and I came in long and said, "Wow, I got a gift. I'm going to ride this gift until it tells me to get rid of it." And right there, it's telling me to get rid of it. So I'll be gone, but you can come back an hour later, and maybe Ford will be kind of just grinding back down here around 1040, frustrating a lot of people when you were happy to get out at 1045. We'll see. Bounced off its VWAP 1044 right there. A lot of times the VWAP, Patrick, and the 10 line up the same. Let's see. Let's see what they look like here. Yep. The VWAP has all the volume on the open. That's why I kind of like the 10 SMA. It just kind of slowly comes up, marches down, and then takes a look. But yeah, they were roughly at the same spot at the same time. Let's turn that one off. So now we're getting even more selling. I wonder if the general market's starting to get a little soft. Yeah. So the SPY for the first time today. Let's take our back to the S&PY. Let's say somebody was smart enough to see the short selling. It wasn't me, and squeezing, and they're trying to maximize their profits. They do so by using a signal candle on the SPY. Well, right now we still got 12 minutes, but it's beating down on the line for the first time today. Maybe this is the spot coming up here. In the next half hour, we start to get a bit of a consolidation after this giant springboard of 7 days. ASET Bio. It's trending nicely. It's trending nicely intraday. Not a lot of volume. Relative volume is quiet. It's not doing anything relatively speaking. But the important thing is it's got earnings behind it. And the catalyst seems to be moving the price out of that downtrend. That's all I care about. And that's all I would see. So what a disconnect between SPY and VIX. Let's see what the VIX looks like. I don't trust that VIX. Ah, interesting. You're right. People down here were like, enough already. Buy me some protection. Yet the SPY just kept going to highs. That's interesting. Thanks for pointing that out, JJ. That's interesting to me. That means a lot of people were throwing the brakes on before the price actually turned around here. Very interesting. So what does that tell us? That probably tells us maybe take some profits if you got them. Be careful. I'm not saying go short, but I'm not taking a lot of new positions. You guys saw me take a starter position in rum, and then it's probably a 1/3, 1/2 maybe. And all I want to see in rum, I don't need to see it go today. All I want to see is it close above and hold above the 20. And if it can do that, it's in free air. There's clean air. It's breaking its downtrend. There's no moving averages up here. So, I'd be happy to ride that up to 7 maybe if I can get it. But it looks like a lot of things are starting to get a little soft here midday. And as I mentioned earlier, it makes perfect sense for the Nasdaq Qs bumping right into the 50 like it did here and here. So the 50 has proven to be past resistance. Nothing to say that it can't go through, but my God, give it a couple of days, pull the arrow back, and then send the arrow up. Just soft breakthrough of all these walls are not normal. We need a little bit of digestion. All right, guys, I'll be with you a few more minutes here. Want to talk about anything in closing topics? Yep. Buyers are still playing. Buyers are still showing up here trying to kick the price back into play. Stick save. Chewy was really now. Chewy has a high, not that. I thought it had a higher short float. I've noticed some of these pet names. TRUT was a big one with a high short float and earnings, 36% short. See, that was on this name a lot. TRUP. People might not be buying food for themselves, but they're buying food for their pets and making sure their pets are taken care of. That's nice. Um, no, I didn't necessarily like the Ford stock. I was just using it as an example. Two things. One, it was pretty strong back here, but look at earnings. I think the EV market has killed them. They've got too much EV supply, and just one bad day, just numerous bad days after earnings. That's a horrible bleed out after a significant catalyst. So all this is here is just kind of a soft bounce. And I was noticing intraday that the people who have been playing the soft bounce, they might start to get nervous. It's actually trying to climb back up. But no, there's nothing I really like about Ford. So I'm in some of that NNE, this SMR. I'd like to have this bounce.
How about me?
What? What'd you say?
I said, how about me?
What about you?
Well, you said you don't like anything about Ford. I'm just going to, how about me?
Oh, how about me? I love Barry. Barry's a saint. If Barry was a car, I would buy it.
If you can't have fun, if a person can't have fun doing this, and might as well just pack it in, right?
Right. Well, I'm losing money today too, and I'm still having fun. I don't care.
Ah, good for you. And you got a smile on your face, and you're losing money. Good for you. Well, I'm again. I'm doing okay. I'm really, really loving this Go No Go. I'm hoping that we get that scan going, and there's a lot of interesting things. And I'm really finding that it's the larger cap stocks because they're not as volatile. The larger cap stocks will. I'm not reinventing the wheel here. The larger cap stocks will tend to have a better trend anyway, and
they're not noisy. Right.
Pardon me.
They're not noisy, and that you don't.
They're
want
not noisy, exactly.
In this color scheme.
And I'm also finding that in the afternoon, after a lot of stuff has really settled down, I'm really finding some great looks. Great looks. So anyway, I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited about it.
Well, I like it because it's good for newer traders to just kind of help them get their eye around something that is probably easier than candlesticks many times.
Yeah, I mean, but as you know, I'm not a new trader, but I'm certainly liking the way it's visual. You know what it is? It's like getting something like a new car or something like that. Visually, a new car, visually appealing to your inside. It's all, and that's what it is for me too. It's very visually appealing to me. It makes me want to look at these charts more than the other charts. So I mean, there's probably that to it also.
No, I think it's a great product. I think it's going to help newer traders again a lot. And it's anything that can focus and keep things simple is good.
Exactly. And keeping it focused 5 minutes to the hour. So I'll let you go so you can focus on whatever you have to have going on at 1 o'clock.
Sounds good.
How's that? Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, Steve, thanks again for spelling me, and we'll see you next week.
Bye.
Okay, guys, I have taken over both rooms and get my music going. Tongue twister. I am in MXL, guys. I saw this one. Little break here. This is not, the orange to blue, but I liked it, and I waited for the break. I think it was 16. I want to say 16, 11, 16 or so. I think that was the high. So I'm in this one. I don't know where it's going, but it's got room, obviously. 1216 was the break, and then what I saw was looking left on the weekly chart, way up here at 1442. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I have taken that trade. And before I went on my break, I think I mentioned Wolf. I said I won't take Wolf because I'm going to go on my break. And boy, that would have worked out really nicely. We saw it right here, right there on the transition from the aqua to the blue, right around a little over 13 before it pulled back at all, got up to 1350. I mean, those are great moves, great moves. And I'm also basically warming up to the idea of more looking at the large cappers on this sort of with the go no go charts. The reason being, and I was just saying to Steve before he took off, is that while it's wonderful, these ones are wonderful, but they can be very volatile. Sometimes a trend can be it's not sustained, whereas these ones can have a little bit more trend in them. Okay, just because they have a larger cap. So that's my theory anyway. What is SMR? Well, I do care about earnings. Well, I care about earnings the day. Michael Anthony, are you too? I care about earnings the day before and the day after. After that, I don't care. I mean, to see the reaction to earnings, but it's not a. It's I don't call SMR an earnings play, even if it's you have to take the sector. You have to sort of think that this sector is kind of cool. So I don't know what they even said on earnings. If they made money, lost money, I don't think it's that sort of a play. So when you ask what is SMR, I mean, I hate to be mean, Michael, but you can Google this stuff. I mean, I don't know anything more about stuff than you do. I just, we have our profile here, but if I didn't have this, I would just Google it and see what the heck SMR does. Wow, MXL doing really well for me now. What's the float? Yeah, not a bit, not a low float, not high, but certainly not low. But it is a larger cap stock. By the way, guys, I got out of the GAMB. I mean, it's just not dynamic enough. I know I did. I find it off the stock race. I did find it off the stock race. Yes, the large cap gainers from the open. I did see it here. I also think I saw it down here on the movers to the upside, greater than 300,000 versus the movers to the downside. I think I saw it there also. And if I hadn't cared about the high, the 1216 high, could have taken it right here. But I decided to wait for the 1216 high. And of course, the main reason is look at all the room it's got. So I don't have to worry about, on the daily chart, it's not quite as dramatic. I mean, the weekly chart says 1440, but I mean, even the daily chart is 1318. So there was about $1, potential movement. So yeah, it met all my requirements. So yeah, so understanding that I'm using the go no go charts, yes, but I still have to have all my other rules in place. Just because I get a color transition doesn't mean I hop into the trade. I'm always going to look left. How much room does it have, etc. I don't see that. Not on the. Not on the. Unless I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, Grumpy. I'm just looking at. I'm just looking left on the daily chart, and the next high I see, unless I'm wrong, I don't see anything poking above the current price. The next high I see is 1310. Now, if you are talking about the close, yes, it closed here, but I'm always looking at the highs. Okay, but you're talking August 2nd. What are we now? August 15th. August 2nd. Where's that? I'm having a tough time seeing these dates here. Yeah, so you're talking about the close, okay? Yeah, I don't care about the close so much. I'm always looking at the actual high. I mean, if you want to look at the close, that's fine, but I look at the high. Well, again, I'm just looking at a daily high, Grumpy. Okay, I'm just pretty simple. When I'm just looking at the daily high, it looks like it was 1310. Not saying it's getting there, but DF Starma man in our YouTube room. Well, our charts, I mean, according to this, I mean, I'm just looking here. I mean, it does say the high 1310. That's what this chart says. So anyway, in conjunction with going to go, if you put on two Bollinger Bands, one white and another yellow, when the blue bar goes into the top lane or fast lane, it is a good trade. Okay, I'm not using them, but you say so. That's cool. I'm just tending to, keep things very, very clean. But if you're finding that works, that's great. I'm talking to DF Starman in our YouTube room. And how about that Siga? Yeah, I mean, again, I didn't take it. I was on my getting on into my break, but that Siga, SIGA on that transition right there. Actually, that was just as I was going to wrap up, it was right around noon right there, and there was the transition. So you could have taken the trade at around 8:21. You had a little dip down to 8:15, not a big deal. And then from there until that first pullback from 820, wow, it's a great move. From 821 to 889, almost nonstop. And you had a pullback, which you could have got out. Certainly, I would have taken some off if I had been in this trade. Maybe even everything. I mean, depending on the size of that, maybe everything, but certainly half, at least half. Maybe hold on, but probably not. With a couple of them in a row. I would have said, that's a great, great percentage move for me. But I didn't take the trade because it was close to my break, and I was actually not going to be sitting at my desk. So let's take a look at Intel. What is Intel doing? So a little break right there, 2091, huge float, of course. Wow, I mean, Intel, of course, this had earnings this day. Right here, there was a reaction, a big beat down. Market, let's see, what is the market doing? So we've got a little bit of a pullback here, not dramatic, but had you taken the SPY, we'll just say right here, okay? I'm using this, people who like to trade the SPY perhaps. So let's see what it looks like on a 3-minute chart. So you could have taken the SPY right there at say 550.21. It gets all the way up to 551.90. Here is where I would have taken some off. Okay, a little bit of a downturn, but then you've still got some, and then it goes up to 552. Now then starts. Now here is where I really would have been lightening the load, if not everything. We get a couple of them now, not that far apart. These aqua bars. Now, again, I'm no expert in any of this in terms of certainly not the SPY, but this is all I'm seeing, and I think just find it very, very, very interesting. Yes. You heard my cat. Okay, now you see we're getting this. Now we're getting a red bar here, guys. Okay, actually, that's interesting. We are getting the transition from orange to red here, but now it's back to pink. If this turns red, if this moves down red, I mean, that would be probably a great area to short. I mean, I know some of you are already short up here, but just as confirmation. Speaking of all that, the GPST, I just want to see how much further down. Yeah, I mean, not bad. I mean, there was the alert right there, okay? 176, it's now 163. You would have probably taken some off right in here. Okay, but that was the transition from orange to pink. And maybe taking some off right there, but this is continuing down. So, from 176 to 161, pretty good percentage move so far. Oh, look at Paramount here. So some new news or something. I mean, this has been in the news, of course, a lot. There's Paramount. A lot of volume just came in to Paramount. Para. There we go. Ori says Bronfman is making a potential offer for Paramount. On the 14th, Berkshire dissolves its stake in Paramount. That was yesterday. That's getting me out of the MXL, guys. The minute it started getting back to the 30. So now at this point, I will keep it unless we get a little pink showing up here. But got up to 38. It started drifting down. This is my plan for these. In the past, I may have got out of everything, but I will hold. But it's getting close now. Well, okay, now just give me a moment. Okay, I'm out of it now. I always have to recognize that this stock. Oh, I don't know what happened here. I don't know yeah, this was earnings. So I mean, it was beaten down on earnings. So Nathan in our YouTube room. So guys, I mean, if you're into the SPY and a short, I mean, this is giving you, if you're already in there, this might be giving you a little more confirmation to. Understand how this works before embarking on making a final purchase. Does this company have an office? No, we're all remote. Nathan? How it works? I mean, it's the program is. I'm talking to Nathan in our YouTube room. The program is called Trade Ideas. So what you're seeing, what I'm displaying, are the ideas that I like to see, I like to get. But you can create your own scans if you have an idea about what you like, how you like to trade. You can create your own scans, and I mean, that's basically it. We're a scanner. So for instance, if I look at this alert window down here, I'll get it into a free floating window so that it's easier to see. I don't know what the buyout price is for Para. I think it's all, I don't know if there is one, JJ, like an official one yet. This has been what, for almost seems like a year now. But getting back to Nathan, so this is an alert window. This is an example of how it works. Okay. So this is something that I have created. And so if I click on the configure, and this is what I like to see, but you can create your own types of scans. But in this particular scan, I've created it. So I want to see stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is why I call it momentum, because it's in the last minute. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. This is an example of a scan that I created. If the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing PRTG right now over and over and over again. PRTG has met all these filter requirements, and it's making a new high for the day. Okay, so I'm sharing this scan, but you could, of course, I've got a lot of scans that I'm currently sharing. You could take my scans as is, or you can maybe make changes. You might not like the price range or something else about it, maybe add a filter, or you can create your own scan from scratch. Okay, I mean, this is all right at these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. They're right at the very top, the new high and the new low of the day, the 2 most popular ones. But as I scroll down, there are a lot of other real-time alerts that you can pick from. And these are the filters that we've got. Okay, all those filters, price ranges. Well, you're sort of doing it, Nathan. Okay, I mean, you can ask me questions. I don't do one-on-one chats, but you can ask me questions. This is why I'm here. But remember, the program is called Trade Ideas. Okay, it can generate ideas for you. I have no idea of your trading background experience, but I'm just kind of going over what the general idea of Trade Ideas is. You can create real-time alerts based on, now you don't have to learn all of these real-time alerts, of course. You don't have to learn what every one of these filters are. It's just we have a lot because there are all sorts of different trading styles. All sorts of different trading styles out there. So that's why we had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters, to satisfy, all of our customers, with all the different trading styles there are. Personally, I have a very simple style of trading. I just use the new high of the day and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. That's because that's my style. Your style, or anybody else listening to me, may have a very different style. They may want to kind of go through, if you see, if you have any idea about, if you've got a trading background, you can just scroll through to see what we've got and say, I know what that means. I wouldn't mind trying that as an example. So, I mean, that's really what we're all about. Man, yeah, take a look at this one. Just ripping here, guys. Rip, rip, rip. And look at the break on the 3-minute chart. Transition. Look at that break right there in that transition from aqua to blue at 307. Now, I don't know how easy it would have been to get it right here, but even if you had got it at 340, I mean, this just ripped here. And Draw is saying that this, no, there's no way we can forecast a move. Okay, no way. In other words, if you said to me, Sedge, SEDG, where do I think it's going from here? I mean, or at the beginning of the day, we have no idea. There's no way we can forecast anything like that. But are you an intraday trader? Nathan, are you an intraday trader, or are you or like a swing trader? I'm an intraday trader, so I'd be the wrong person to ask about swing trading. We do have a couple of swing trading. All right. So if you're an intraday trader, okay, as an intraday trader, I mean, we're excellent at finding stocks that are abnormal, trading abnormally. We have this relative volume filter. So we have this relative volume filter. Okay. You can see my chart, or you can see what I'm pointing at right now. It's saying right now that PRTG is trading, the relative volume is 117. That means it is trading 117 times normal up to this time of day. It's a time of day sensitive. Most of my scans have a minimum of 3. So if you want to, so that's what we're really good at. We're really good at finding stocks that are trading abnormally because, if you're going to trade interest, you want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And the relative volume filter is the first step. Minimum volume and other things like that. But, why would you want to get into anything? I put up Sedge, I think before. Sedge is not even trading normally. I think it's 0.73. Not that it would have been bad to take it. Okay. Wouldn't have been bad. But one of the things with trade ideas is that you have to have a trade-off. I mean, you might say, well, I would want to see Sedge. Okay, I want to see it. Well, then you'd have to reduce your relative volume filter to something like 0.5. Okay, and then you would have seen it. The problem is you might have seen another 100 stocks that didn't do anything remotely like Sedge, if that makes sense. So there's always going to be this trade-off. When you create a scan or use my scans, you might miss stuff. You can, like, because I can create a scan to find anything you want, but it doesn't mean that, because the whole idea of creating a scan of finding anything you want is because people look at this and say, I want to see stocks that do this. Well, the problem is the relative volume is so low. This to me is a little bit unique, moving the way it is with that relative volume. Yeah, so you're using the close of the day, Grumpy. I don't use the close of the day, but that's fine. You're using the close of the day as where a stock could stall, and certainly it could stall there. Yeah, and it looks like MXL kind of did, but I just tend to just look at the high. Now it is interesting that these candles or these bars can show me the close. With the little, just have to see the little the line jutting out. So I could have seen that, and who knows? Maybe I'll start to pay a little more attention to that. But right now, for years and years and years, all I've done is really look at the high. And I'm talking to a Grumpy in our main room. Okay, so I should always point that out. We have 2 rooms going: the YouTube room and what I call the main room. Well, first of all, Nathan, you don't have to pay $2,000. Okay, you can pay. What I would do is just take our standard service, and on a month, and I can get you a 15% discount. You can try us out for a month. You don't have to pay $2,000. If you go to my homepage, the contest is not open to everybody. It's only open to the people with center points, Stephen. Okay, there's no contest. Only for those center point. So Nathan, if you click on my homepage link that I just put up there, and all you have to do is there's the promo code you can use. Click on the get trade ideas. Okay, click on this is a toggle. Click on monthly, and then you can pick on the base. Pick the basic, and then whatever it is, then you can apply the 15% discount using my code. Okay, so you don't have to take out an annual, and within a month, hopefully you'd have an idea about whether or not you want to continue. Okay, we do have a simulator that you can use. It's a real-time simulator that you can use to practice. Okay. 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 So just click on Get Trade Ideas, Nathan. Okay. You're on my homepage. Just scroll down a bit. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Click on it. I know there's a slight delay in YouTube, about an 8-second delay. but just click on the Get Trade Ideas, click on monthly, click on monthly, and then here's the basic plan. Click on the Gain Access, and you'll see there's a spot where you can put in the promo code and just use Barry 15. You'll get 15% off the 127, and it's not a subscription. Well, it's month to month. So if you don't, if you still want it, if you don't want it, just let us know. I mean, if you took it out today, just let us know. Say July, now September already. Next month, say September 13th. Because if you take it out today, it goes month to month. So today's the 15th. Just let us know a little ahead of time, and we'll just unsubscribe you. Otherwise, the subscription will keep going. And at some point, if you do decide you really love it, the only reason to take out an annual is you'll get, obviously, on a prorated basis, the monthly cost is less, but you do have to come up with the funds. But the basic is not 2,000. It's 1068, and I can still get you the 15% off. So it's up to you though. But don't take it on an annual right off the bat. Try us out. Really? Okay. Well, I am unless the contest is starting. Really? Oh man, just give me a moment. I'm the last to know. Give me a moment, guys. Guys, I'm going to have to put myself on mute just for a bit. I have to get to the bottom of this. All right, guys, I guess I am, well, thank you for that, Shady. I am completely wrong about this. Okay. Um, Here is the link. You can sign up for the test drive. I guess it's Centerpoint that is sponsoring it. I was led to believe that that it was just for Centerpoint's customers. So here we go. So Nathan, this is good for you because now you can try us out for $7.77. Okay. Here's a link. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, okay? I just got to get the link. Hopefully this works. Yes. Okay. No, it's got to, I right here. It'll be right there. There's the link, Nathan. Okay. It'll cost $7.77. I guess it starts. Where does it say it starts? August 16th. So it starts tomorrow. Okay. Shoot. I had no idea. 6th to the 26th. And the contest is next, the 20, probably the Wednesday to Friday next week. Contest is you can practice trading. It's a short only contest again. You can only short stocks. Read all the information. It's all here. Okay, read all the information. It'll cost $7.77. I am ticked off because I could have been promoting this. All right. Yeah, now I have to create a little link here, guys. So just give me a moment, okay? Hmm. I almost said it. I almost said the bad word. Just give me a moment. Where is it? Oh, I'm just going to put myself on mute again. Okay, guys. Here is the link with a little explanation. Okay, so the August 2024 contest. Okay, it's a test drive and contest. Just read it. Okay, just read it. All the instructions are there. Please just read it. You can sign up. It starts tomorrow. I'm ticked off because I could have been promoting this for at least a week and a half, getting people interested in it. Not just interested, but by the way, look at CING, guys. Big, 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 big move for CING. And it must have just got halted. So at any rate, gives people a chance to try us out for 10 trading days, okay, for the $7.77. Okay, Nathan. So Nathan and anybody else. And then the contest starts next Wednesday, Wednesday to Friday. It's a short only contest. So all you can do is short. You'll be using our Brokerage Plus to do it, but please read all the instructions. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one. It's the same link, Nathan. It's just, yeah, it's the same link. Okay, just click on the last one. I the second one just says, the August 2024 contest. That's all. It's the same link though. And this is what you should see. Okay. You don't care about the contest at all. I mean, it's a good opportunity to try us out for the 10 trading days. All right, guys. Well, MXL is coming right back. Let's see what happens if it takes out that high. All right, guys, let's take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on it. So obviously, if you want to try us out, don't take out any sort of subscription right now. Join the test drive for $777. And again, the test drive link, I better put it in again, the test drive link. I call it the contest link. Okay, William, you're going to keep it open till 4. Thank you very much. Okay, so there's my homepage. Click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So, I mean, if you want to take out a subscription right now, go fine. But if you just want to try us out, click on that homepage, that test drive link for $7.77, and you should do the get started. Now, the test drive starts tomorrow. Okay, so you're not going to get data until tomorrow. And but you can take a look at this right now. If you're going to be in the test drive, you download and install for startup and login. You should know what the scans are all about. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows to get set for it. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. A series of videos, all free for you. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education. So if you're going to take the test drive, you might want to take a look at that education section I've got and take a look at the user guide. You don't have to look at everything in the user guide, but I would do the getting started. I would look in more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You might want to look a little bit at what stock racing is. Okay. At least do that. And then again, if you're going to be part of the test drive, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at these. Okay. Some of them I'm sharing. Well, when I say sharing, displaying, that's the word I've been looking for a couple of years. I'm displaying these ones. Okay, the large cap, these are the two at the top here. Oops, the two races at the top here. I also have a large cap loser race. I'm just not displaying it, but I am sharing it. Okay, and there's the momentum scan is down there. Pulse resumes is over here. And the compare count, where are you? Sorry, upside movers versus downside movers is right here. So again, don't have every one of them open. You'll have way too many. I've got a lot here. You can take a look at some of them, or you can look at them all and maybe pick and choose which ones you might like, or maybe you won't like any of them. You know, this is my style of trading, of course. What do you mean by that? DF star man, you're up 487. What does that mean? Oh, I see. You're talking about Sing or CING. Well, let's see. Sing got halted at 134, so it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So you are going to be laughing. If you're in at 487, good for you. It got halted at 559. The projected open could be 6. Okay. And this screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, and then there's a halt. You can't see the symbol, but it is SCING and 559. And this column here is trying to give you a bit of a glimpse into the future as to where it may open. Doesn't have to hold here. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, but obviously this is not going to be a 5-minute halt. So if it's not 5, usually they're multiples of 5. So this looks like it'll be at least a 10-minute halt. If so, that'll open at 144 plus 43 seconds. And what did you mean? Did I say a couple of years, TT? What? I don't understand. What in reference to what? Meanwhile, look at the SPY guys. Again, resilient. Coming right back up. Oh, I see. You're making a joke. Yeah. Okay. Probably. Maybe a couple of years. I always say sharing this. I'm not really, but displaying. The ones I'm displaying, I have a lot more that I'm also sharing. So yeah, so the thing obviously open, and yeah, just give me a moment. Great call, maybe. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Delivery. Just okay, just give me a moment, guys. I have a delivery coming, so I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm back, and I'm actually looking to get back into the MXL. Just give me a moment. Okay, hi, real, back to being real. Okay, how does Roku look? So no transition, like not the beautiful transition. Okay, from orange to either deep purple or blue. So if you're asking for that, no. So if on the 5 minute chart for Roku, we have the orange line, do not trade. It is it's now aqua. So if we do get a blue, if we get a blue, that might be a signal to go long. But we're getting mixed signals if you look at the 3 minute. So I much prefer getting at least somewhat similar signals on the 3 and the 5. Okay, guys, sorry. What is so Roku now? So we're starting to get a little bit of a sign that maybe it's going to bounce. Okay, maybe. All right, let's take a look at Sing. So it did open, and it opened in a big, big way. Remember, it got halted at, I guess it got halted at 559, and it got up to 685. So it is now above the halt price again, 559, but it did come back right to it. Interesting. No, Nathan, I'm not. I don't do that. Okay. You can ask me questions right here. Okay. Right here. Or I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I don't do one on ones, and you can ask me questions right here. I mean, there's no limit. I mean, just don't say, don't ask, how much money will I make, it's or stuff like that. I mean, there's no answer to that. But I thought I explained, I mean, it pretty well. I mean, it's a scanning program. You can create your own scans. You can have my scans. Some of the other traders have scans. If you go to our toolbar, and click on new doc channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. There are scans in here. Well, no, he wasn't asking. But it's funny. I mean, people say, "Well, how much can I make using your system?" It's an impossible question to answer. It's all about money management. Wow, this still kept moving higher. I mean, a couple little jogs down, hardly any though on the 5 minute, a couple little ones on the three. But man, oh man, ASTS, pretty unbelievable. Just a steady, steady one all day long. All right, guys, 1:56, so another half an hour or so that I'll be here. I'll always say later if there are some questions. William says he'll keep the main room open until 4 o'clock. So even if I take off, between 2:30 and quarter to 3. So Nathan, you've been here between 12 and 1 because I've seen you ask that question about Trader Algo or something like that. Yeah, somebody else takes over for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room on Monday to Friday. Okay. But I don't consider myself, or I don't think they consider themselves trainers. Okay. We're not trainers. I mean, we're not teaching people how to trade. We can show people, the ins and outs of our software, but you have to have some trading experience. I wonder if this is it now for GNLN, like truly it. This has never been shortable for me, I don't think, anyway. To the 777, I hope, right, Nathan? So you will not get data until tomorrow, okay? We start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Unless they've done this to me too. Okay. Maxell did not trigger for me. I was looking for that Hive daybreak. It did not trigger for me. MAXL. So the first thing you should do, Nathan, is take a look at, you go to my homepage. Look at Nathan in our YouTube room. Go to the homepage. My homepage, not my homepage. And take a look at this, the getting started, okay? And the download and install for startup and login, etc. But even if again, I don't think you're getting data if you're in the test drive until tomorrow at 4 in the morning Eastern time. But you can take a look at this, the introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. You want a lot more detail about that, then you just go click those, scroll down a little bit further on my homepage, click on the education section, and then click on the user guide. Okay. And getting started, alert windows, top list windows. Well, I don't see why it says on the 17th, Nathan. I mean, it says here the 16th, test drive dates, 16th to 26th. So I don't know why it would say the 17th. As long as this is right. Normally they start on the Friday so that you can have the Friday plus the weekend. Well, did it say the 17th for you or the 16th? The other thing about the test drive, guys, when the test drive is over, it's over. What I mean by that is there's nothing to unsubscribe from, okay? And the reason I want to keep hammering that point home is that people, they think that we're not putting you into a subscription when the test drive is over. When it's over, it's over. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. And it's just to save our poor support people who, get emails constantly. Please unsubscribe me. Please unsubscribe me. And I want an email back that says you've unsubscribed me. It's a time waster for us, okay? Because there's nothing to us unsubscribe from. Okay. Boy, that wolf, what I wouldn't have been in the whole thing at the like entirely. I probably would have traded out of it, but that really, so there is another one. See it on the bounce, purple to pink. Ooh, Sing got really ugly, didn't it? One, yee. And there's the SPY. Man, what a day, guys. That looked like, okay, finally we're going to get a big, a decent pullback. I mean, nothing really, 552 to 551, nothing. And look at this. And it's close to that 555 where it all started, I believe. Yeah. The sky was falling right up there, right here, 555. Well, the bear markets are really short. My guess is that Cisco is starting to, Cisco drifting down now, guys. Earnings play. This doesn't look that great. I mean, it's still probably up for the day, up 6% for the day, 6.6% for the day, but it is now down through the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play, and it looks like it's just wanting to start to drift down. I mean, look at this. Just starting to drift down. Pink to here's your transition from pink to deep purple. And of course, a ton of room underneath. Yesterday's low was 45. This is going counter to the market. The market is not dropping this. Cisco dropping on its own. Market's shooting higher. Cisco dropping on its own. And Cisco meaning CSCO. Yeah. So Sing, you're saying it's above or at the halt price, and they only got halted once, right? Okay. Now this does not meet my rules, because it popped way up and now it came way back down. So it doesn't quite meet the rules that I would take something out of a halt, presume, but doesn't mean that you shouldn't or anybody else looking at this shouldn't. But All right. Well, Cisco looks like it's trying to bounce a little bit here. I'm actually very interested in a short on this one. Maybe I have another half hour or so, but very interested in a short on this one. A big float, 4 billion in the float, so it may not be dynamic enough, but I'm just waiting to see if it takes out that 50 again. It's back into this area. There was certain no inkling this was going to happen. You know, looking at the action of Cisco previous 2 weeks, that they were going to have some kind of a stellar earnings release. Okay, guys, so I've got about 20 minutes left in the main room. So if you have any questions, good time to ask questions before I do take off. All right, Cisco. Well, maybe we're gonna move down now. Take a look at some of these other ones. Love the ones that are just over the whole number. CRDO. Yeah, this could get going. I don't know, 30, maybe 3022. Got a blue bar showing right there. Probably have to take that out. 3022. Maybe it doesn't have that much room though to the high. Hmm. Really? Okay. Let me jeez. All right, let me get to the bottom of it. All right. Well, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. You know, I have no, obviously, I don't have any control on this. The promo says 16th. You guys are saying when you sign up, it says the 17th. Doesn't make any sense to me that it's the 17th because that's Saturday. And normally we start them on the Friday. So you can have Friday to take a look at it, but try to get to the bottom of it. Yeah, go ahead. Nathan, ask me some questions. What about TSEM? Okay, let's take a look at TSEM from Michael Anthony. So not trading normally, or it's not trading abnormally, half as much as normal, not very much volume. Had earnings on the 24th. What else do you want me to say? You know, the next high looking left on the weekly is 42.91, so it has some room, I suppose. But other than that, I really don't know anything to add to it. No, Linda, but it shouldn't. It just shouldn't be. Okay, good, Pepe. Good. What we need is a reversal. Good in the mornings, not in the evening, so you can be in the room. Yeah, it's I don't know if it's confusing. I think to unconfuse everything, okay, DF Starman, just have this window up and running and use this like a watch list all day long. I think that will unconfuse. Don't go to the channel. I think it's way too confusing to go to the channel. If you want, I think all you need is this window and follow the alerts all day long. Okay? And to have this window, if you click new from the toolbar, you'll see there are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window that will pop up. The only other thing I would do is in the filter box, I would make sure it says none. I would uncheck. More than likely, it says profitable strategies. I would want to watch these all day long because sometimes they set up, different areas. Maybe, you get an alert and it doesn't work immediately, it drops. Maybe where it dropped to is a better entry. Okay. So I just use it like forget all these other stuff, aggressive, moderate, conservative, just follow the alerts. And if you have any trading expertise whatsoever, no, that's all I do. I just, that's why I took the GAM earlier. I mean, it worked okay for a bit, but that's it. I would not look at the channel you can get overwhelmed by all the information that is actually on the channel. And all you have to do is you make this as part of your layout. If you're part of the test drive or if you have our service, the premium service is part of the test drive. Okay. So it's like you're a premium subscriber. You can just make this as part of your layout. You'll get no alerts until at least 9:40. Notice the earliest alert was at 9:40, two of them, and that's by design. I changed my computer from the one in which I made my payment from. I'm not able to download it on my new computer. That's something I cannot help you with. I mean, you're going to have an email and a password or a username and a password. You should be able to download it on any device you want. That's one thing about Trade Ideas. You can have Trade Ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time, but as long as you sign in, download the program, and then sign in with your correct username and password, then you're good to go. But what I can do for you, Nathan, is send you to our accounting to check to see what's happening with your account. Okay. So if you go to my homepage, oops, go to my homepage and then click on my homepage link. It might be more of an accounting issue. I don't know. Click on the homepage link, my homepage, and where it says need help, click on the need help, and then click on the ask, and then click on the chat. Okay. And give me your email address that you use to sign up, and make sure there's nothing going on with your account with how you signed up. Okay. Yeah. Barry 15. Okay. Discount code you can use, Fool on Fire, Barry 15. You'll get the 15% off the first month only. All right, guys, I'm just following internal discussions right now. There's a marketing meeting going on. I don't attend them anymore, but I'm just trying to follow text-wise what's happening. Okay, guys, 2:21, so another 10 minutes or so. But again, I'll always say later if there are some questions. Yeah, remember this one, this QXO. Okay, it is finally starting to maybe make a little bit of a move again. QXO, boy, I wish I'd seen that. Okay, Captain Para. Captain Para, calling Captain Para. So take a look at QXO. If do you see my screen? I'm not I'm not 100% sure. I know you see my screen all the time. Okay, so look at the 5-minute chart, QXO. Look at the orange going right to blue, and the orange was at 2 o'clock, and the blue's at 2:05. And that would have been awesome to have seen that one. 1095 before it pulled back at all, got up to 1144. Yeah, hopefully that helps, DF Starman. I try to, I know we have an AI channel, but for anybody new, I think it's way too confusing. Okay. I just like, I have a very simple style of trading and a simple outlook. I just like to see things in a very simple way. This is how I would look at the AI all day. Here are the alerts, and, they can set up different times. So that definitely was a great one. Notice it didn't happen on the 3-minute chart, we only, but again, maybe if we only have one, that's still pretty good. On the 5-minute chart, it went from orange directly to blue. On the 3-minute chart, we had that little intermediate step, and then it got to blue. How does SAVA look? Now, when you ask me that, I'm assuming you're asking me on a go, no go chart. Well, it had an alert back here. Well, I don't want to say an alert, but an opportunity to take the trade right here at 26.41, which was pretty good. And on a 5-minute chart, 26.52. So, but down here, could have taken the trade here, wrote it up, got rid of some or all. Watch this. Maybe got back in a bit, and then got back in here. But how does it look in a larger picture, bigger picture? $33 is the next high looking left on the weekly. On the daily, it is 30, 39, about 31. So there's still room. There's still room for this one to run if it wants to. A lot of controversy in this one, of course. So always have to be aware of that. They say they're going to be doing some presentation, I think in December. So it's quite a ways off. So Nathan, our program runs, to take full advantage of the program, you should be using a PC, okay? To take full advantage, a Windows PC, okay? You can run it on a Mac, but you'll be limited. There are some limitations unless you're prepared to use something like Parallels, an emulation program, which, as I understand it from the last test drive, people can actually sign up for free Parallels for I think 14 days. And so you can actually turn your Mac computer into a PC for free for 14 days. And so the test drive runs for 10. So you could also do that. But if you have the choice between using a PC or a Mac, absolutely use a PC. So let's take a look at Captain QXO. I'm finding that it's hard for me to see anything, I have to admit. And I'm trying to zoom out, but I really can't seem to see much. I find it very difficult to see those IMGers. But I believe you. Give me the time it came in, okay? So I can take a look. 1403. So yeah. There's a two, there's, yeah, that candle right there. That is the 1403 candle right there, or bar right there. And you can see the volume. The volume came in also. Now, again, the bottom line is finding these before it happens. you know, I might even try to, I mean, this is going to drive Michael crazy, but I might even ask him if he can see, devise a scan so that orange and either 0 or 1 transition on the 3 minute. Probably driving crazy, but yeah, I see what you mean. A huge imbalance. Yeah. I mean, all we can see right here, of course, is that there was more buying than selling. Being green versus on this one, more selling than buying. That's how this is cut. But what you're saying is you can actually see the actual amounts. What did the go-no-go chart look like for Sing before that big pop? Okay, let's take a look. I can almost. I don't think we had the beautiful transition, but you're talking about the pop here, right, Oliver, at 133. You're talking about the pop right there, right? Yeah. So I mean, that's what it looked like. So the classic. I mean, it went from aqua right to blue. I mean, more ideally, it would have been orange to the blue, but it went from aqua. But this was a pretty tight consolidation on the 3 minute. On the 5 minute, yeah, see, it's better represented on the three, which is why I'm liking using the three, because you could have got in here at 12:30, but you would have been floundering for quite a while on the 5. On the 3, this was the transition right there at 133. Now, it would have been almost impossible to get it right here. I think it probably popped too quickly, but even if you'd got it, in this area, I don't know how easy it would have been to get it before it halted. But even if you'd got it anywhere in this candle before the halt, I mean, it got up to 685. So I have been trying to zoom in, but it for some reason. Maybe I'm just not understanding how to zoom. I'm keeping the control key down and using my scroll wheel, and it scrolls out to a certain, and then it just stops. It doesn't want to like zoom way out, unless there's a zoom in your little Imgur app. I mean, this is what I see. This is about the best I can see, and I can't really see anything. So you can try trade ideas on a Mac, Nathan. It's just not as good. That's all I can say. It's just not going to be quite as good. I mean, you'll get all the same data, all the real-time data. You can have all my scans and all of that, but there's no question. How many monitors do you have? It sounds like you probably only have one monitor. It's not bad then if you're just using one monitor. All right, I will try again. This is as big as I can get it. I mean, I can see that the bar is widening, but when I left, yeah. Anyway, it's okay. It's okay. I'm. Oh, Cisco. Okay, move down a little bit more. You might have to hang around a bit. Okay, now this is going to be difficult. Just give me a moment. So, Linda, do you mind coming into the main room and giving me a screenshot where it says you're signing up on the 17th? Unfortunately, you can't give me a screenshot in our YouTube room. I understand if you don't want to, or Nathan, if you want to come into the. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this because that's an error. It should say the 16th. Or anybody who took out anybody in the main room who decided to take advantage of the 777 sign up. Did it say it starts on the 17th as opposed to the 16th? So be it says in our main room, Mac works fine, exactly as on a native Windows. VirtualBox, which is free, and Windows 10. 3 monitors, large RAM. Oh, you got 64 gigs. That's big. Dip Buyer, can you send me? You put a screenshot in there, please, for me. It'll really help me. Not done a screenshot. Jeez. Yeah, go ahead. If you can email it to yes. Info. No, in fact, if you can, yeah, info at trade-ideas.com. Okay. That really helped me. And you guys are 100% sure that it says the 17th, right? Because now I'm getting people, Andy just checked and he says it says the 16th. So I just need to know where you're seeing the 17th, please. So I guess it's the confirmation email. Okay. No, guys, I guess I'm just going to hang around for a while. It was just okay because I'm in the Cisco short. Nothing fabulous, but it's moving down a bit. I think it's the confirmation email, Oliver. People are saying it's a confirmation email that you get that says the 17th. That's what people are telling me. So did you get a confirmation email? I'm sure you've signed up for it. So did you get a confirmation email? You're talking about the Captain, you're talking about the transition orange to blue or deep purple? No, I don't know. Michael is working on it. He's got so much on his plate, but he is working on it. He did show me a screenshot of it in action with the TPST. Okay. That was earlier, right here. He did send me a screenshot showing what the scan would look like. So, well, yeah, it could be. So is it possible that some are getting a confirmation that says the 6th, 17th, and some are getting the 16th? God, I'm so confused. I need a screenshot. I need something that says the 17th. Otherwise, I'm going to have to just shut this down. Okay, thank you, thank you. And Rich, so Oliver, you're not getting the same confirmation. So you see what Rich is saying just underneath you. It says, Rich says, you signed up for the Portfolio Master Challenge. Your account activates on August the 17th. not the 16th. Now, are you getting the same one? Are you getting something that says exactly the same, except it says your account activates on August the 16th? That's what I need to know. Yes, but that's not the confirmation email. The email says the 16th, but Oliver, can you see just above what Rich posted? That's what he's getting as a confirmation email. Or the invite email. That's how it starts off, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry to dominate this, but I should be gone anyway. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. Okay. Rich got something that says, you signed up for the PMC, the Portfolio Master Challenge. Your account activates on August 17th. What's the difference between this trading room and the trading room on YouTube? There's no difference in that people hear me and in YouTube, hear me and see my screen. Maybe that's it, Oliver. Maybe. What's the difference? So the difference is that there's more action in the main room, okay? A lot more traders in the main room, a lot more interaction amongst traders in the main room. In YouTube, there's just not as much. YouTube also is about an 7 or 8 second delay. So YouTube's fine, I guess, if you just want to see the screen and hear me. But if you do want more interaction, then you should come into the main trading room. There's just more action, okay? And in terms of accessing YouTube, there's no point in going to YouTube, Jason. If you're in the main room, stay here. Stay in the main room. Only go to YouTube when I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And then one of the other traders takes over in YouTube. So guys, I'm going to say that you're getting the data tomorrow, okay? No matter if it's at the 17th, those of you who are got some kind of a confirmation that it starts on the 17th, it's supposed to be the 16th. So that is tomorrow. So turn on your computer tomorrow and you should have live data. Okay, guys. I think that's it for me now. I'm going to hop on my bike and get out of here. Nathan, you're trying to activate parallels that had expired. Don't know what you mean by that. Have you ever had parallels before? Because I think it's a one-time deal that you can get it for free for 14 days. And that's the sort of thing I can't really help you with. I can only tell you. Well, okay. I mean, that's something I can't really help you with. How was it open in parallels? I mean, all I know is that parallels turns you can have, I guess, you can turn your Mac into a PC so that you can download PC applications. That's all I know. But I believe though, but maybe have you had parallels before, Nathan? Before I get out of here, because I understand it's only good for one time. Okay, so if you've had parallels before, obviously you can't get another free version for 14 days. I guess that's the deal. But if you never had parallels before, as I understand it, anyway, during the last test drive, Pepe, who I believe told me that Parallels was offering, well, typically, I guess, offers a 14-day free trial, but only if you've never had it before. Thank you, Pepe, for hauling yourself out of bed and telling us this. Yeah, maybe if you sign up with another email, maybe they won't check your IP address. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe, as Pepe is saying. Okay, guys. Well, thanks for all the help. Sorry for the confusion. I'm ticked off, quite frankly, not because of this 16th, 17th, but I could have been telling people about the test drive for at least a couple of weeks, I think, get people prepared for it. But anyway, certainly be talking about it tomorrow. Good one. Good emoji on the bike. So thanks again for all the help, and we'll see you tomorrow. I have a great evening. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9:00. So I have to shut down in our main room, stopping the screen sharing in the main room. Give me a moment. Okay, and now I'm muting myself in the main room. And before I shut down YouTube, you can go into the main room still. William will keep it open until 4:00 Eastern time. So another, say, a little over an hour and 9 minutes or so. And how to get into the main room. If you click on my homepage link, right at the very top, it should say trading room. Just go to the top and it'll say trading room. Right at the very top, one of the options right between education and about. Okay. It says trading room. Click on that and that'll get you into the main room. Okay, YouTubers. Okay, I am stopping the screen sharing now in YouTube. So I may have already done that. Can't find the tab. Oh, there it is. Another monitor. Okay, guys, so I'm having to shut down YouTube right now.